Chapter 30, 370. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the solitary destructive territory. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was a fourth-grade sect. Moreover, it was an all-female sect that only recruited female disciples. In the solitary destructive heaven, the majority of celestials were sword celestials. This was due to the influence of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was only a fourth-grade sect, it was popular to practice swordsmanship. In fact, 99% of the disciples in the sect were sword celestials. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sex estate was located in a vast canyon. At this moment, the sound of swords whistling in the air could be heard from the side of a mountain. A graceful and beautiful figure was practicing her swordsmanship halfway up the mountain at the side of the canyon. Her sword was like a dragon, extremely swift and fierce. The dazzling sword light was even more dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, another graceful figure stood at the side, watching the woman practicing her swordsmanship. The woman was dressed in a fiery red robe. She was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were as sharp as lightning. However, when she looked at the woman practicing her swordsmanship, her gaze softened. Swoosh! Swoosh! There was a small waterfall halfway up the mountain. The woman practicing her swordsmanship arrived in front of the small waterfall in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! As the sword swept out, the sword glow seemed to have transformed into an arrow that had left the bow and landed on the waterfall. Immediately, the waterfall splashed in all directions, and a loud sound rang out in a timely manner. At the same time, most of the water splashed toward the woman practicing her swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, the woman's eyes widened. Her hand that was holding the sword shook, and a strange energy spread out from the sword. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded a small area around her. At this moment, in a small area around the sword-practicing woman, the air stopped moving and the water droplet floated motionlessly in the air, apart from the woman practicing her swordsmanship. Everything else in the area seemed to have stopped moving. Swoosh! The sword in the woman's hand was like a dragon as she swung it in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the hundreds of water droplets that were floating in the air were cut in half. Then, the space seemed to return to normal, and the water droplets fell to the ground. Even the air returned to its original rhythm. Ceiling, your time law's stillness profundity has improved again. At some point in time, the woman who was watching from afar had also caught up. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when she saw the former slash apart all the water droplets in the air. Aunt Wu! The woman sheathed her sword and stood straight. She was wearing a light purple dress, and her appearance was beautiful. There was a bit of heroic spirit between her brows, which added a bit of contradictory charm. She had the demeanor of a heroine. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this sword-wielding woman, he would definitely be surprised to find out that she was a woman. This woman was as beautiful as a flower. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to his, and her other features were similar to his wife, Ker. This woman was none other than Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Siling. As for Aunt Wu, she was referring to Feng Tianwu. It had been close to 300 years since Xiajia, the third master of the Xia family, had sent him away from the divine offering land. At that time, after Feng, Tianwu, and Duan Siling were sent away from the divine offering land, they arrived at a mundane realm called the Great Desolation Realm. Since both of them had been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their innate talent had been reborn, allowing them to cultivate much more efficiently. Not long after, both of them left the Great Desolation Realm and ascended to a Devata realm. Naturally, the Devata realm they ascended to was not the solitary destructive heaven or the Jade Emperor heaven. Both of them stayed in the Devata realm for a long time until Feng Tianwu became a celestial duke. At that time, Both of them brought Duan Si-ling to the solitary destructive heaven. There was a reason they came to the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, Feng Tianwu had heard that the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As far as she knew, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was the master of her elder brother Duan and the former sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect in the Saint Province realm. Her elder brother Duan, later, inherited Feng Qingyang's Misty Rain lineage and became the only successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Misty Rain lineage. Yun Qingyan, who abducted Ke, said he sent someone to deal with senior Feng Qingyang because senior Feng Qingyang had left his legacy to elder brother Duan. That's why senior elder brother Duan is his disciple. For this reason, when Feng Tianwu heard that Feng Qingyang was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, she was certain Yun Qingyan had sent someone to force Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell. Moreover, the timing was right. At that time, Feng Tianwu had a feeling her elder brother Duan, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would accept him as a disciple. This was the only way she could find her elder brother Duan in the Devata realms. For this reason, after she had become a celestial duke, she had come to the solitary destructive heaven and joined the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, a 4th grade sect that only accepted female disciples. She had stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for more than 100 years. Currently, both Feng Tianwu and Duan Si-ling had become celestial kings one after another. The reason they were able to improve so much in such a short period of time was not only because of their talent, but also because they were treated very well in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Both of them were considered outstanding in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. In fact, they could be considered monstrous geniuses. Currently, Duan Si-ling was a disciple of the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, while Feng Tianwu was a disciple of the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. As a 4th grade sect, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect had a titled celestial lord. The titled celestial lord was Feng Tianwu's teacher, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Over the years, both of them had lived a good life in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, the Devata realms were filled with danger. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had asked her teacher to bring her to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. She wanted to know if her elder brother Duan had arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and had become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, when they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the people there were unaware of her elder brother Duan's existence. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not in the heavenly palace at that time. Aunt Wu, what's on your mind? Duan Si-ling asked curiously when she saw Feng Tianwu in a daze. During these years, Duan Si-ling and Feng Tianwu had been relying on each other for survival. She had long regarded Feng Tianwu as her mother and sister. It could be said that the time Duan Si-ling spent with her parents was less than the time she spent with Feng Tianwu. I wonder if your father has arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after 100 years. Feng Tianwu regained her senses and looked at Duan Si-ling with a doting expression in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, she had treated Duan Si-ling as her own daughter because she loved Duan Si-ling whenever she obtained something good. She would give it to Duan Si-ling first. Due to this, Duan Si-ling's cultivation base was about to catch up to Feng Tianwu. If Duan Si-ling was not sensible and did not reject Feng Tianwu's good intentions, Duan Si-ling's cultivation base would definitely be higher than Feng Tianwu's. Father! Duan Si-ling fell silent when she heard Feng Tianwu's words. Back then, when she left her father, although she was still young, she was already sensible enough to know what her father and mother looked like. Aunt Wu, I miss my father and mother so much. After a moment of silence, Duan Siling's body trembled violently. After a while, she threw herself into Feng Tianwu's arms and burst into tears. She was not even 300 years old. However, it had been more than 200 years since she last saw her father and mother. If it was not for the fact that she had been thinking about her father and mother all this time and had even drawn a portrait of them, she might have even forgotten how they looked like. Feng Tianwu patted Duan Siling's back gently. She did not know how to comfort her. At the same time, she regretted bringing up her elder brother Duan. "Oh, who's bullying our Siling?" Duan Siling was sobbing in Feng Tianwu's arms when a voice rang from afar. Following that, a beautiful woman dressed in white flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived next to Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling, senior sister. After Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling parted ways, they quickly bowed and greeted the woman. Duan Siling followed suit and bowed as well. "Teacher." The woman was none other than Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Apart from being the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, Yu Wenqing was also the second strongest person in the sect. Her strength was second only to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's titled Celestial Lord. "Senior sister, are you looking for us?" Feng Tianwu asked Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing didn't even have the time to speak when a wave of swift whistling of the wind resounded. After that, a thin old woman in a loose black robe with an aged and cold appearance appeared and descended from the sky. "Teacher." Feng Tianwu bowed when she saw the woman. A hint of confusion could be seen on her face. Why was her teacher here with the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? She had been in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect for more than 100 years, but this was her first time encountering such a situation. Junior Grand Aunt, Yu Wenqing and Duan Siling bowed at the old woman. A hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of Yu Wenqing's eyes, while Duan Siling's eyes were filled with confusion. It was obvious she shared the same thoughts as Feng Tianwu. "Teacher, why are you here with senior sister?" Feng Tianwu looked at her teacher. Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect and the strongest person in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Yu Baifeng was the pillar of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. She was a titled Celestial Lord. "Go ahead." Yu Baifeng greeted Yu Wenqing. A hint of reluctance could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Feng Tianwu again. Upon seeing this, Feng Tianwu narrowed her eyes. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 3371. In Feng Tianwu's memory, her teacher had never lost her composure like this ever since she had shown her outstanding talent during the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's recruitment test more than 100 years ago and became her teacher's disciple after she revealed her shocking talent. The reluctance in Yu Qing's eyes made Duan Ling Tian shudder. She knew Yu Qing would not act in such a manner if nothing had happened. After taking a deep breath, Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. At the same time, Duan Siling shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing's expression was solemn as she faced Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling's gazes. She said, "Previously, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect came to propose marriage to Siling. At this moment, Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Siling with a gentle expression on her face as she said, Siling rejected him. Since Siling was unwilling, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect couldn't force her. For this reason, I bluntly rejected him. Moreover, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect is a womanizer. I don't know how many women he has harmed. I see Siling as my own daughter." Yu Wenqing paused for a moment before she continued to say, "After I rejected the young sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to return empty-handed. However, Early this morning, the elder of the cold drizzle celestial sect came to the cloudy sunbow sword sect and bluntly said that the old ancestor of the cold drizzle celestial sect had come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. He even said that if the cloudy sunbow sword sect doesn't know what's good for us, he doesn't mind annihilating the sect. Yu Wenqing's expression turned unsightly as soon as she finished speaking. On the other hand, Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the cold drizzle celestial sect would go so far. Isn't it normal for me to reject your proposal because I don't want to marry you? How could the old ancestor of the cold drizzle celestial sect vent his anger on the entire sect? Duan Siling's expression darkened when she heard Yu Wenqing's words. However, does he think that our cloudy sunbow sword sect will compromise? A cold light flickered in Yu Wenqing's eyes. She sneered and said, "Back then, we didn't even refuse a first-grade force's proposal." Of course. There was one more thing Yu Wenqing didn't say. Although they had rejected the marriage proposal from the grade 1 force, the other party had no intention of forcing them. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the cloudy sunbow sword sect. Martial uncle and I have come this time mainly to send you off. Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu with a solemn expression on her face as she said with a faint smile, "At that time, I'll announce that you've left the cloudy sunbow sword sect." At that time, if the cold drizzle celestial sect dares to act recklessly, the cloudy sunbow sword sect isn't a pushover. Yu Wenqing's words were full of conviction. "Teacher," Duan Siling said solemnly, "as far as I know, the current sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect isn't as bad as the previous sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Even if I leave, he won't let the cold drizzle celestial sect go. Let me stay. I don't want to marry him, but I can kill myself in front of them." Duan Siling's eyes were filled with determination. In her opinion, if she left, she might not be able to appease the previous sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. However, if she died, she would be able to appease the previous sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. There was no way she would marry the previous sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. However, she did not want to leave just like that. She could not let down her teacher who had treated her like a daughter. She could not let down the cloudy sunbow sword sect, which was like her home. No, no. Yu Wenqing and Feng Tianwu stopped Duan Siling in unison. Little Siling. At this moment, Yu Baifeng, the only titled celestial lord in the cloudy sunbow sword sect, spoke up. She looked at Duan Siling kindly. "Don't worry, you and Tianwu can leave. The cloudy sunbow sword sect will be fine. Junior Ancestral Aunt has already contacted her friends. Many of them are celestial emperors. She has asked them to come and help at any time. It won't be easy for the cold drizzle celestial sect to harm the cloudy sunbow sword sect." Yu Baifeng said to Duan Siling, "Junior Ancestral Aunt, are you confident?" Duan Siling asked solemnly as she looked at Yu Baifeng. "Of course." Yu Baifeng nodded. However, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Siling, hesitated to speak. In the cloudy sunbow sword sect, she and Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the cloudy sunbow sword sect, knew Duan Siling the best. However, it was not appropriate for her to say anything now. She knew Siling's temper very well. If Siling knew the truth, she would definitely refuse to leave. If something happened, how would she explain it to her elder brother Duan? "After sending Siling away, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to try my luck. It's been 100 years. Perhaps elder brother Duan is already in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Even if he's not in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I can still ask Senior Feng Qingyang for help. If Senior Feng Qingyang isn't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll send Siling away and return to help the cloudy sunbow sword sect fend off the cold drizzle celestial sect. At this moment, Feng Tianwu had already made up her mind. Duan Si Ling had feelings for the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, but so did she. All these years, her teacher, Yu Baifeng, had taken good care of her and treated her like a mother. Although Yu Baifeng did not say much, Duan Si Ling knew her teacher wanted her to leave the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, so they would not have to face the threat of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Duan Si Ling was clearly not confident. Si Ling, since your junior granduncle said so, I'm sure he won't lie to you. In that case, we won't be a burden anymore. Let's go. Let's go. Feng Tianwu said to Duan Si Ling. Duan Si Ling wanted to say something, but the three of them had already reached a consensus. Naturally, they did not give her any room to hesitate. Soon after, Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing personally escorted Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu to the transporting formation of the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect. Teacher, I'll return after sending Si Ling away. Before they stepped into the transporting formation, Feng Tianwu sent a voice transmission to Yu Baifeng. Yu Baifeng's eyes widened and her expression changed drastically. At this moment, Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling's figures had already disappeared from her sight. Junior aunt, what's wrong? Yu Wenqing was taken aback when she saw Yu Baifeng's sudden change in expression. Yu Baifeng smiled bitterly. Tian Wu knows me too well. She saw through me. She said she'll come back to the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect after sending Si Ling away. Yu Wenqing's expression changed drastically when she heard Yu Baifeng's words. How can that be? We're counting on them to avenge us in the future. If the cold drizzle celestial sect is bent on destroying the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, there are only hope. Swoosh! At the same time, Yu Baifeng raised her hand and erased the mark on the transporting formation. She was shocked. They're going to the heavenly palace again. Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling were heading to the mansion closest to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Previously, when Feng Tianwu had asked Yu Baifeng to escort her to the heavenly palace, they had also been transported to the heavenly palace before making their way to the heavenly palace. It seems like Tian Wu wants to try her luck there. However, what will happen in 100 years? Perhaps the heavenly emperor hasn't returned yet. As for Si Ling's father, if the heavenly emperor hasn't returned, the heavenly palace might not accept him even if he goes to the heavenly palace. Yu Baifeng shook her head inwardly. She felt her disciple, Feng Tianwu, was doomed to fail this time. However, she knew her disciple had made the right choice. If she were in her disciple's shoes, she would have done the same even if the chances were slim. No, I'll immediately send a message to Junior's sister, Tian Wu. She mustn't return. Yu Wenqing said solemnly before she sent a message to Feng Tianwu. Earlier, Yu Baifeng had indeed brushed Duan Si Ling off. Perhaps she had a few titled celestial lords and a few celestial emperors. However, she was only acquainted with a few of them. If it was an ordinary matter, they might be willing to help. However, if a second-grade sect like the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect wanted to deal with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, it was impossible for them to help. After all, if they came to help, they would offend a second-grade sect. They were either wandering cultivators or they had forces behind them, but none of them could compare to a second-grade sect. Naturally, they would not be willing to risk their lives and fortune, and even the rise and fall of the forces behind them, just because they were acquaintances with Yu Baifeng. Junior's sister, Tian Wu. You and Si Ling Tian have extraordinary talents. Your future is limitless. You mustn't return. If the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect survives this ordeal, I'll send a message to you within 3 days. If you don't hear from me within 3 days, take Si Ling and hide as far away as you can. Don't come back. Come back when you're strong enough to avenge me, Junior Aunt, and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. You and Si Ling are the hope of me and junior aunt. You're also the hope of the entire Cloudy Sunbow sword sect. There's only hope if you're alive. When Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion, which was near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Tianwu received a message from Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect. Yu Wenqing's tone was solemn. She was trying to persuade Feng Tianwu not to return to the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect. If you return now with your cultivation base, you won't be of any help to the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect. However, if you return, you'll be able to avenge the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, even if the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect is destroyed. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is a second-grade sect, after all. If you can't avenge the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, don't come back. Yu Wenqing seemed to be leaving behind her last words, explaining her last will. Chapter 3372. Within 3 days. Initially, Feng Tianwu was not certain when the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect would be in danger. However, after hearing Yu Wenqing's words, she was certain. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would come to the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect to force the marriage between the two sects within 3 days. At that time, with Siling's absence, the notorious and bloodthirsty old sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would definitely not let the matter rest. Senior sister. Initially, Feng Tianwu had made up her mind to send Duan Siling to a safe place and return to the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect if her trip to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was fruitless. However, when she received a message from Yu Wenqing from the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, she could not help but hesitate. Yu Wenqing's words made sense. If she returned to the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, she would not be able to save the sect. However, if she did not return to the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, she and Duan Siling might be able to kill their way to the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect and avenge the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect. Duan Siling was not even 300 years old, and Duan Siling was barely 300 years old. However, both of them were already celestial kings. Even if they were given a few thousand or 10,000 years, they would still be able to become celestial emperors. Senior sister, teacher. Feng Tianwu's eyes were red, but she did not dare to let Duan Siling see it. Even so, Duan Siling could sense something was amiss. Aunt Wu, are you sure the sect will be fine? Initially, Duan Siling trusted the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect. However, after calming down, she began to feel that something was amiss. Was the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect really able to find a friend to resolve this crisis? Siling, don't worry. Feng Tianwu had spent more time with Duan Siling than anyone else. Naturally, she knew Duan Siling's temper. If Duan Siling knew the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect was in danger because of her, she would not leave the sect. Feng Tianwu sighed inwardly. Brother Ling Tian, your daughter is very kind. Where are you now? Is he in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? With this thought in mind, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Siling, Siling, let's hurry to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that 100 years have passed, your father might be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Father! Duan Siling's expression froze for a moment before a nostalgic expression appeared on her face. Although it was a distant memory, she could still clearly remember her father's appearance. Father is resourceful. With him around, we won't have to fear the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Duan Siling muttered to herself. Based on her words, it was clear she was confident in her father, Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Siling's words, Feng Tianwu could not help but smile wryly. Although she knew her elder brother Duan was always able to catch her off guard, she did not think her elder brother Duan would be able to continue his legend in the mundane realm. If Duan Siling and Duan Siling had not been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land in the realms of gods, their innate talent would not have improved so much. Therefore, she subconsciously felt that, even if she met her elder brother Duan in the Devata realm, her elder brother Duan's cultivation base might not be as high as hers and Duan's ceilings. Unless their elder brother Duan also had fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms, it would be impossible for him to catch up to them or even surpass them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling sped toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with the sound of wind whistling in the air. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had been brought to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven by her teacher, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. I hope elder brother Duan is here. If elder brother Duan isn't here, I hope Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is here. I hope Senior Feng Qingyang is willing to lend a helping hand. Feng Tianwu prayed as she led Duan Si Ling to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, she was prepared for the worst-case scenario. As a second-grade celestial sect, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect had many celestial emperors. Although there were no titled celestial emperors in the sect, they were still considered overlords in the surrounding areas. As the saying went, when the tiger is absent, the monkey will be king. I really didn't expect someone from the tiny Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect to have comprehended the law of time. After all, the law of time is the hardest law to comprehend among the 4 supreme laws. It's also the most powerful law among the 4 supreme laws. The Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate was located in a vast valley. The valley was filled with beautiful scenery. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. A white-haired old man dressed in a gray robe could be seen sitting in front of a table in a secluded courtyard. It is also because of this that your grandson wants to marry her. In front of the gray-robed old man stood a young man in a luxurious green robe. The young man's appearance was ordinary. If it weren't for his small eyes that resembled those of a mouse, he could barely be considered handsome. The young man was none other than Lan Jinyan, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The position of sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was not destined to be passed down through the generations. However, the previous sect leader, the old man sitting at the stone table, had given birth to a good son who was peerless among the younger generation. Therefore, it was only natural for him to become the next sect leader. Lan Kongxian, the current sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, was none other than Lan Jinyan. However, compared to Lan Kongxian, Lan Heng, and Lan Jinyan, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect paled in comparison. In Lan Jinyan's generation, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. Basically, he would not be the next clan leader. For this reason, both the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, Lan Kongxian, and the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, Lan Heng, hoped to find Lan Jinyan a wife with high innate talent and potential. Up until now, they had not found a suitable candidate. The prodigies from other Grade 2 and Grade 3 forces did not take a liking to Lan Jinyan at all. As for those from Grade 4 forces, they would not take a liking to them unless they were outstanding. However, the female disciple from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect that Lan Jinyan had his eyes on was different. Although the female disciple was a disciple of the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, it was not a big deal to them. After all, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect was only a Grade 4 sect. What they cared about was the female disciple's innate talent and the law she had comprehended. She was not even 300 years old, but she was already a celestial king. If nothing went wrong, she would definitely become a celestial emperor in the future. Moreover, the law she had comprehended was one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time, which was said to be the most difficult law to comprehend. It was said that as long as one of the spouses comprehended the law of time and gave birth to a child, there was a 50% chance the child would comprehend the law of time as well. Because of this, Not only was the female disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow sword sect a good match for Lan Jinyen, but she was also a good match for Lan Jinyen's father and grandfather. However, even though the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was not weak, he could not bring himself to force a marriage between Duan Lingtian and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. In his opinion, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was a second-grade sect. Forcing a fourth-grade sect to marry Duan Lingtian was no different from bullying the weak. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Nyen, or don't worry. Grandfather will follow you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect and marry that little girl for you. Lan Hung laughed and said to Lan Jinyen, "Prepare the betrothal gifts in these 2 days. Although it's only a fourth-rank sect, we shouldn't be impolite." Back then, I just needed to prepare some worthless things. As soon as Lan Hung finished speaking, a disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, Lan Heng's grandson was already giving face by marrying a fourth-grade sect's disciple. She did not have the right to accept expensive betrothal gifts. "Grandfather, I'm afraid the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect won't agree. Back then, when my father proposed to her, she chased him out of the sect." Lan Jinyen smiled bitterly. "Humph." Lan Hung scoffed and said disdainfully, "Your father is a good man, but he worries too much. It's just a fourth-grade sect. If they don't cooperate, I'll just destroy them. The day after tomorrow, I'll follow you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. If the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect dares to refuse again, I'll annihilate her and the entire sect." Lan Heng's words were domineering. It was as though he had everything under his control. Indeed, he had the right to be domineering. There were few celestial emperors in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, but Lan Hung was the strongest among them. Although he was still a distance away from becoming a titled celestial emperor, he was invincible in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Fourth-grade sect? As long as he wanted to, he alone would be enough to destroy them. "Thank you, grandfather," Lan Jinyen said excitedly. Lan Jinyen replied excitedly. At the same time, his eyes lit up. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of passion and greed. Although he had only met Duan Sealing, the female disciple from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, he was captivated by her beauty. Moreover, not only was her innate talent high, but she had also comprehended the law of time, the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. She was a perfect match for him. If she becomes my wife, even if I can't become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, who would dare to offend me? With her innate talent, she'll definitely become a celestial emperor if she's given enough time. The most important thing is she's so pretty. Now, Lan Jinyen seemed to have already seen the scene of that woman begging for mercy under his crotch on the night of the wedding night as she became his wife. His eyes shone brightly. He was so excited that he could barely contain his excitement. 2 days later, a group of people flew out of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate and made their way to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. The 3 people in the lead were respectively riding on a completely snow-white immortal beast that was extremely similar to a tiger or leopard, and they were majestic and insufferably arrogant. One of them was Lan Jinyen, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The other person was Lan Hung, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The last person was a middle-aged man with a solemn expression. He had a sheathed long saber in front of him. His expression was indifferent. Chapter 3373. I didn't expect that grandfather would even hand Marshal Uncle Layover. Lan Jinyen sat cross-legged on the back of the immortal beast. He carefully stole a glance at the middle-aged man and thought to himself. The middle-aged man's name was Lei Zhenshan. He was the last disciple of his grandfather, Lan Hung. Although he was only slightly older than Lei Zhenshan, he was already a celestial emperor. Moreover, he was the strongest celestial emperor in the cold drizzle celestial sect, second only to his grandfather, Junior Uncle Lay. In the cold drizzle celestial sect, apart from my grandfather, the other elders also said that you have a high chance of becoming a titled celestial emperor in the future. Looking at Lei Jinshan, Lan Jinian squeezed out a radiant smile and asked, "Are you confident?" When Lei Jinshan heard Lan Jinian's words, he turned to look at Lan Jinian and said indifferently, "Within 3,000 years I will obtain my own title in the title temple. I believe in martial Uncle Lei." Lan Jinian nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. In front of Lei Jinshan, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although his grandfather Lan Heng was stronger than Lei Jinshan now, Lei Jinshan would definitely be stronger than his grandfather in a few hundred or 1,000 years. Moreover, whether it was his grandfather or his father, because they were family, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't hurt him, so he didn't feel anything. However, although Lei Jinshan was not an outsider, they were not blood-related. If it wasn't for his grandfather, Lei Jinshan wouldn't even bother to look at him. Lan Jinian took a deep breath as he thought to himself. Fortunately, Junior Uncle Lei joined the sect late. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have become the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Not long after Lei Jinshan joined the cold drizzle celestial sect, Lan Heng relinquished the position of sect master to his son, Lan Kongxian. In fact, many people in the cold drizzle celestial sect were skeptical. The reason why Lan Heng was in such a hurry to step down from the position of sect head was because he was worried that his disciple, Lei Jinshan, would grow up and take away the sect head position that should have belonged to his son. If he stepped down from the position of sect head now, the position of sect head would definitely not belong to his son, and would definitely belong to Lei Jinshan. Although Lan Heng was strong, and he was the strongest person in the cold drizzle celestial sect, it was impossible for him to go against the rules of the cold drizzle celestial sect by oppressing disciples who were more outstanding than his son. Therefore, he stepped down early. With this, it was only natural that Lei Jinshan would not be able to compete with Lan Kongxian for the position of the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Haha, this time, I, Lan Jinian, will soon have my own wife. Moreover, he's someone who has comprehended the law of space and possesses extraordinary talent. Lan Jinian looked back at the 6 people who were carrying the wedding burden as his heart raced. What the 6 people were carrying were the betrothal gifts. Even though everything could be stored in the storage ring, it was impossible to store anything in the storage ring. However, in order to set off the atmosphere, many people would do something similar when they went to deliver the betrothal gifts. My soon-to-be wife is even more talented than Martial Uncle Lei. Her future achievements might not be below Martial Uncle Lei's. Lan Jinian thought to himself as he stole a glance at Lei Jinshan. The cloudy sunbow sword sect was not far from the cold drizzle celestial sect. Therefore, it only took a few hours for the people from the cold drizzle celestial sect to arrive at the cloudy sunbow sword sect. The cold drizzle celestial sect's Lan Heng has brought his grandson, Lan Jinian, to the cloudy sunbow sword sect to propose marriage. The people from the cold drizzle celestial sect stopped outside the cloudy sunbow sword sect's estate. Lan Heng, one of the 3 people in the lead, was the first to speak. His voice seemed to contain magic as it reverberated through the entire cloudy sunbow sword sect. A commotion instantly broke out in the cloudy sunbow sword sect. The people from the cold drizzle celestial sect. Lan Heng? Isn't he the former sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect? One of the celestial emperors in the cold drizzle celestial sect? He brought his grandson, Lan Jinian, to propose marriage? Who is he going to marry? Isn't Lan Jinian a playboy? Who in the cloudy sunbow sword sect would fancy such a person? Let's go. Let's have a look. That's right. I want to see which female disciple is so bold as to marry Lan Jinian. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect rose into the air and made their way out of the sect's estate curiously. What's going to happen has finally happened. Yu Wenqing, the sect master of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, who was cultivating in her own cultivation ground, sighed when she heard the voice. Although she wanted to hide, she knew that it was useless. The other party would not let her off easily. After a while, Yu Wenqing left her place and made her way to the source of the commotion. Along the way, Yu Wenqing saw an old woman flying toward her. The old woman's expression was unsightly. Junior aunt. The old woman was none other than Yu Wenqing's junior aunt, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If Lan Heng doesn't give us a chance to live, we'll do our best to keep his grandson, Lan Jinyan, alive. A hint of madness could be seen on Yu Baifeng's face. Even if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was going to be annihilated, she would make Lan Heng pay the price. Understood. Yu Wenqing's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust. Even a dog would jump over a wall in desperation, let alone a human. Even an ordinary person could do crazy things if they were forced into a corner. What more a celestial with divine abilities? The sect leader is here. The supreme elder is here. When Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng appeared in front of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, who were already there, saw them and greeted them respectfully. Not only were the two people with the highest positions in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, but they were also the two strongest people in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Greetings, sect leader Lan. Greetings, senior Lan Heng. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing bowed at the newcomer. At the same time, their eyes widened in shock when they saw the middle-aged man standing next to the old woman. I didn't expect Lei Zhenshan to be here as well. Yu Baifeng's voice trembled slightly when she sent a voice transmission to Yu Wenqing. Although Lei Zhenshan had just made a name for himself, he was one of the strongest celestial emperors in the Cold Drizzle celestial sect. A hint of despair could be seen in Yu Wenqing's eyes. If Lan Heng was the only person from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect who was present today, and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was determined to annihilate the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, they might be able to drag Lan Jinyan down with them. However, with Lei Zhenshan and two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect here, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would not be able to harm Lan Jinyan at all. Lan Heng glanced at the two of them indifferently before he looked at Yu Wenqing and said, "You're the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, right? I've sent someone to inform you of my arrival. I'm sure you're prepared. Summon your disciple, Duan Sealing. Since the betrothal gifts have arrived, she can return to the Cold Drizzle celestial sect with us. Two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect are here to welcome her." Although Lan Heng's tone was nonchalant, there was no room for doubt. He looked at Yu Wenqing as though he was certain Yu Wenqing would win. Upon hearing Lan Heng's words, an uproar immediately. Duan Sealing? Miss Sealing is going to marry Lan Jinyan? Heavens, is this for real? As far as I know, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle celestial sect came to ask for junior sister Sealing's hand in marriage. However, he was rejected. No wonder the sect leader and the supreme elder's expressions are so unsightly. It seems like the people from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect are here to force a marriage. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically when they regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at the people from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect. Senior Lan Heng. Yu Wenqing shook her head and sighed. Coincidentally, 2 days ago, my disciple, Duan Sealing, committed a grave mistake and was expelled from the sect. I've sent my junior sister, Feng Tianwu, to capture her, but there's still no news from her. Your grandson, Before Yu Wenqing could finish her sentence, Lan Heng interrupted her angrily. Yu Wenqing, you little girl, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'll believe your words? Lan Heng's celestial emperor aura surged out of his body, causing some of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's disciples to retreat. Sect leader Yu Wen. At this moment, Lan Ji Nian opened his mouth and said with narrowed eyes, I came here with sincerity. I know junior sister Si Ling is the disciple you love the most, but if she marries me, I'll definitely love her dearly. Yes, I have a bad reputation in the past, but I'll change it in the future. Although Lan Jinyan spoke in a friendly manner, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. The corners of his mouth also curled up in disdain at the right time. It's better if you summon her here. Don't tell me you want us to go in and look for her? Lan Jinyan said as he looked at Yu Wenqing meaningfully. Yu Wenqing. Before Yu Wenqing could say anything, Lan Heng said angrily, I'll give you 15 minutes to summon Duan Si Ling here. If she's not here in 15 minutes, I'll kill a person from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect every 10 breaths. It was clear Lan Heng had completely fallen out with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. The expressions of the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect changed drastically. They did not expect the cold drizzle Celestial Sect's Celestial Emperor to be so overbearing. Was he trying to bully the weak and force them to marry him? Senior Lan Heng. Yu Wenqing sighed. Do you think I'm lying? If you don't believe me, you can search the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect and see if my unfilial disciple, Duan Si Ling, is still in the sect. If you can find her, you can take her away. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect won't stop you. Yu Wenqing said. Young sect leader Lan. Yu Baifeng looked at Lan Jinyan with a mocking smile on her face. If you want to marry Duan Si Ling, you can find her yourself. She's no longer a disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Chapter 3374. At this moment, even the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect could not help but shudder when they heard the sect leader and grand elder's words, let alone Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. The sect leader and grand elder clearly wanted to go against the person in front of them. They had witnessed how much their sect leader doted on her disciple, Duan Si Ling. They had also witnessed Duan Si Ling's character since she had been in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect for 100 years. Duan Si Ling would never do anything to betray their sect leader or the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. She would never do anything that would cause her to be expelled from the sect. Therefore, they unanimously believed that the sect leader and the supreme elder were protecting Duan Si Ling's sect leader, supreme elder. Don't you know that doing this will destroy our Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Many elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect sighed in their hearts. However, at this moment, they also knew that the matter had already been decided, and it was useless to say anything more. However, the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect did not share the same sentiments. They whispered among themselves, expressing their dissatisfaction. Are the sect leader and the grand elder really going to sacrifice the sect for one person? You want us to die with Duan Si Ling? You didn't even ask me? Why should I be buried with her? Although junior sister Duan Si Ling is a good person and has a good reputation in the sect, there's no need for us to die with her, right? Why don't we just leave the sect? At this moment, many Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect disciples even thought of leaving the sect. Ha 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 ha! Not long after Yu Baifeng finished speaking, Lan Jinyan's face turned green. Lan Heng was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, although Lan Heng was smiling, his eyes were filled with a sharp and vicious aura as he looked at Yu Baifeng. Grandpa, they must have sent Duan Si Ling away. Lan Jinyan looked at Lan Heng and said with an unsightly expression on his face, not only are they not giving face to the cold drizzle celestial sect, but they're also not giving face to you, grandfather. After all, before coming here today, grandfather, you had already sent someone to deliver a letter saying that you would come with me to propose marriage. But now they send him away. Grandpa, it doesn't matter if I don't get married, I'm not angry. But if they don't give you face, I can't stand it. I can't take it any more. Lan Jinyan's tone was not only high, but his face had also turned red. When he glanced at you by phone and Yu Wenqing from the corner of his eyes were filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to tear them into pieces. Nianer, don't worry. Grandfather will give you an explanation for this. At this moment, Lan Heng stopped laughing and looked at the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect coldly. I'll ask you one last time. Is Duan Xiling still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Don't use other excuses to brush me off. I just need you to answer me. Is Duan Xiling still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Lan Heng's eyes glinted coldly. Everyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect could feel Lan Heng's rage. It was clear that he was still suppressing his anger and could explode at any moment. Once it erupted, they might all die without a burial ground. Upon hearing Lan Heng's words, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect instinctively turned to look at Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, Duan Xiling was Yu Wenqing's disciple. Naturally, Yu Wenqing was the one who knew best if Duan Xiling was still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Senior Lan Heng, don't tell me you don't believe me? Yu Wenqing asked with a slight frown on her face. However, a hint of determination could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Humph. Lan Heng scoffed when he heard Yu Wenqing's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for falling out with you." As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, the expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically. Then he extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. In the next moment, Lan Heng's voice that contained his celestial origin energy reverberated in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, listen up. Your sect leader is willing to sacrifice all of you for her disciple, Duan Xiling. You'd better persuade her to hand Duan Xiling over to me. I'll give you 30 minutes. If I don't see Duan Xiling in 30 minutes, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will be annihilated. Don't even think about escaping. My divine consciousness has already shrouded the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. If anyone dares to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate, I'll be able to detect them and kill them instantly. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, a four-phenomenon celestial emperor. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Wenqing with a mocking smile on his face. Yu Wenqing, you asked for it. Yu Wenqing did not expect Lan Heng to do this. His actions had undoubtedly pushed her, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, into the opposition of everyone in the sect. Sect leader. When the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect heard Lan Heng's words, they were stunned for a moment before they snapped out of their daze and looked at Yu Wenqing. Many of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciples fell to their knees. Sect leader, you can't be so selfish. Are you going to give up the entire sect for one person? Sect leader, your actions will make you a sinner of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Sect leader, please hand Duan Xiling over. As the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect knelt down one by one, the remaining disciples followed suit. Even the elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect knelt down. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, a large group of people flew out of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. These people were the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After they left the estate, most of them fell to their knees and begged Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, to hand Duan's sealing over to them. I, Yuan Qing, hereby announce that I'm leaving the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, Yuan Qing said with a sigh. Her voice that was laced with celestial origin energy echoed in the air. I, Yu Bai Feng, am leaving the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Yu Bai Feng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, spoke up when the group of Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's elders and disciples were stunned by Yu Wenqing's words. At the same time, she looked at Lan Heng and sneered. Lan Heng, how despicable of you to be a celestial emperor. You're despicable. Love has always been about mutual consent. What's the difference between your actions and kidnapping a woman in the secular world? I was the one who sent Si Ling away. If you're angry, you can take it out on me. Yu Bai Feng said in a deep voice. No. Yu Wenqing stepped forward and looked at Lan Heng coldly. Duan Si Ling is my disciple. I'm the one who sent her away, not my junior uncle. Senior Lan Heng, if you have any resentment or anger, please direct it at me, Yu Wenqing said. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect fell silent. After all, their sect leader was a thing of the past. However, at this moment, most of them were looking at Yu Wenqing with admiration in their eyes. Everyone could see it. Yu Wenqing was courting death. Ha ha! Before Lan Heng could say anything, Lan Jinyan burst out laughing. What a joke! Do you think you'll be able to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect alive just because you're no longer a member of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Let me tell you, if you don't see Duan Si Ling today, my grandfather won't let anyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect go. Even if you commit suicide after you announce your departure, my grandfather won't let anyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect go. When Lan Jinyan reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, whose expressions changed drastically. Listen up. If you don't see Duan Si Ling today, all of you will die. Even if you want to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect now, it's too late. Lan Jinyan sneered like a devil from hell. The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, who had just stood up, fell to their knees again. Sect leader, supreme elder, please have mercy on us and hand Duan Si Ling over. Sect leader, supreme elder, please hand Duan Si Ling over. Please, sect leader. Please, supreme elder. Yu Wenqing and Yu Bai Feng's expressions darkened when they saw the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect kowtowing and begging for mercy. Both of them looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. I've already left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, and I have nothing to do with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect anymore. I really don't know where Duan Si Ling is. Yu Wenqing sighed. There was no turning back. She did not expect this would happen. If her disciple, Duan Si Ling, was still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, she would have no choice but to hand her over. Me too. Yu Bai Feng sighed. Her thoughts were similar to Yu Wenqing's. If that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Lan Heng's expression darkened as a celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy had transformed into a gust of wind that swept out in all directions. Yu Wenqing and Yu Bai Feng's expressions were indifferent. However, their celestial origin energy surged out of their bodies as their celestial weapons appeared out of thin air. It was clear both of them were prepared to fight Lan Heng to the death. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Teacher! Teacher! Two voices rang in the air as two beautiful figures descended from the clouds. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Bai Feng. Duan Si Ling, Lan Jinyan, stared at one of the women who had just appeared. His eyes glowed with greed. End of this chapter. Chapter 3375. Si Ling, Tian Wu. The sudden appearance of the two beautiful figures caused Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng, who were ready to attack, to be stunned. After that, their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the two women who had left 2 days ago would suddenly return. Did they not agree to it? Why did they return? At the same time, the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect pointed at one of the two women who had just appeared and impatiently said to Lan Heng, Senior Lan Heng, Duan Siling is here. That's right. She's Duan Siling. Senior Lan Heng, she's Duan Siling. When the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciples and elders saw Duan Siling, their eyes lit up immediately. It was as though they had seen their savior. Earlier, Lan Heng, the celestial emperor from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect, had threatened to annihilate the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if he did not see Duan Siling. It was useless even if the sect leader and supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect left the sect. He did not even give them a chance to leave the sect. For this reason, previously they had been in despair. However, now that Duan Siling had appeared, they felt like they had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. The two women were none other than Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu, who had left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect 2 days ago. Duan Siling kneeled in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. Teacher, junior grandaunt, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Feng Tianwu kneeled in front of Yu Baifeng as well. Naturally, she knew the main reason her teacher protected Duan Siling was because of her. It was not because Duan Siling was her junior grandniece. Why did you come back? Yu Baifeng was stunned for a moment. She was so angry that she was trembling. Things had already developed to this point. Why did her disciple and martial nephew come back? How could they bear to do such a thing? Siling, why did you come back? Yu Wenqing's expression darkened. She did not expect Duan Siling to return. She instinctively moved to shield Duan Siling as she stared at Lan Jinyan and Lan Heng coldly. Nian, she's Duan Siling? Lan Heng restrained the power of the law of wind. He glanced at the young woman behind Yu Wenqing and asked Lan Jinyan. Grandpa, that's her. Lan Jinyan said excitedly. All right. Lan Heng nodded. Then he waved his hand and said to the disciples of the Cold Drizzle celestial sect, Leave the betrothal gifts here. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Siling. Senior Lan Heng, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why do you have to do this? Yu Wenqing stood in front of Duan Siling and looked at Lan Heng with an unsightly expression. However, if Lan Heng was so easily persuaded, things would not have developed to this point. Yu Wenqing, it's best if you move aside. Otherwise, I'm afraid your disciple, Duan Siling, will have to send her off. Lan Heng stared at Yu Wenqing, his eyes filled with killing intent. Teacher. At this moment, Duan Siling stood up and took a few steps forward to shield Yu Wenqing. She looked at Lan Heng coldly and said, You're Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle celestial sect? Little girl. Lan Heng smiled indifferently. It's your fortune to be able to marry my grandson. Don't be ungrateful. If you don't want the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to die with you, it's best if you come with us. Exclamation point. At this moment, Feng Tianwu stood up and stood next to Duan Siling. She looked at Lan Heng and sneered. Lan Heng, don't you know what kind of person your grandson is? How dare you say it's Siling's fortune to be able to marry him? Is he worthy of my Siling? Feng Tianwu's tone was unfriendly. It's up to me whether he's worthy or not. Lan Heng smiled disdainfully. If you want me to marry him, you can try to persuade my father. Duan Siling said icily as she narrowed her eyes. A cold gleam could be seen in her eyes. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng looked at each other when they heard Duan Siling's words. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Your father, Lan Hung raised an eyebrow and asked disdainfully, "Where is he? If he's in front of me, do you think he won't give me any face?" As soon as Lan Hung finished speaking, a cold voice rang in the air. "Humph!" A cold snort rang from the clouds in the sky. The sound attracted everyone's attention before 3 figures descended from the clouds. Everyone looked up and saw a man in the sky. A man and 2 women descended from the clouds. The person in the lead was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His brows were dashing and his eyes were bright. The moment he appeared, the eyes of the cloudy sunbow sword sect's elders and disciples brightened. What a handsome man! However, when their eyes landed on the face of the woman in snow-white clothes beside the man, their eyes narrowed. Many of them even subconsciously inhaled a breath of cold air. How beautiful! Heavens, there's such a peerless beauty in this world. The white-clad woman leaned against the purple-clad young man and held his arm. Her eyes were calm, but when she looked at Duan Sealing, a hint of tenderness could be seen in her eyes. Apart from the purple-clad young man and the white-clad woman, a beautiful golden-clad woman also descended from the sky. "Brother Ling Tian, I overheard the old man telling Sealing that you don't dare to disrespect him in front of him." The golden-clad woman looked down at Lan Hung and giggled. "I'd like to see what he's going to do if I don't give him face." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Although his expression was kind, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Lan Hung. "There's a celestial emperor among them." Lan Heng's expression turned solemn when he saw the 3 people in front of him. Although he could not see through their cultivation bases, his divine consciousness was blocked. This meant the 3 people in front of him were not simple. When the golden-clad woman and the purple-clad young man spoke to each other, it was obvious they were looking down on him. "You're Duan Sealing's father?" Lan Hung asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face when the 3 of them landed next to Duan Sealing and Feng Tianwu. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored Lan Hung. Instead, he turned to look at Yuan Qing and smiled faintly. "Sect leader Yuan, thank you for taking care of my daughter for the past 100 years. You're welcome." Yuan Qing was startled. After she came back to her senses, she quickly responded humbly. Even her words didn't convey her meaning. At this moment, waves of shock surged in the depths of her heart. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian would return. Not only had her disciple, Duan Sealing, returned, but she had also brought her father with her. She had heard from her junior sister, Feng Tianwu, that Duan Sealing's father was the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, it was highly likely he would go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he was not there 100 years ago. Now that Duan Sealing's father was here, Yuan Qing realized something. She was certain her disciple and junior sister had gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to invite the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens! That was the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was the most sacred place in the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Duan Sealing's father was able to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven meant he was highly regarded by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If it were not for Duan Sealing, Yuan Qing would not have been able to meet Duan Sealing's father. At this moment, Yuan Qing wasn't the only one who was frightened. Even Feng Tianwu's teacher, Yu Baifeng, was terrified. He's Sealing's father? Is he Tianwu's boyfriend? Yu Baifeng looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Elder Baifeng. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Baifeng with a wide smile on his face. "Thank you for taking care of Tianwu all these years." It's my pleasure." Yu Baifeng felt slightly awkward. So what if he was a titled celestial lord? She could not help but tremble slightly when she thought about how Duan Ling Tian was related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "Hey, didn't you hear my grandfather's question?" He asked if you're Duan Si Ling's father. Lan Jinyan said in an unfriendly tone as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. So, you're the one who wants to marry Si Ling? Little Gold asked as she slowly walked toward Lan Jinyan. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lan Jinyan. In just a blink of an eye, Little Gold was standing in front of Lan Jinyan. Seeing Xiao Jin's action, Lan Heng also looked at her with vigilance. Little Gold. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke as he slowly turned around. Leave it to me. Little Gold was slightly taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, she did not dare to disobey him. She stuck out her tongue playfully before she turned around and left. Initially, she wanted to tease Lingtian. However, since Duan Lingtian had said he would handle it himself, it would be inappropriate for her to interfere. After all, she could tell Duan Lingtian was truly angry at her. Huan. Stay with Si Ling, Huan. I let go of Duan Lingtian's hand and walked to Duan Si Ling's side. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and faced Lan Heng, Lan Jinyan, and the others. Who are you? Are you going to interfere in this matter as well? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan before it landed on the remaining middle-aged man among the three leaders. The middle-aged man was none other than Lan Heng's disciple, Lei Jinshan. He's my disciple, Lei Jinshan, Lan Heng said in a deep voice. So they're in cahoots? Duan Lingtian nodded. Understood. No. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lei Jinshan hastily interjected. At the same time, his figure flashed before he reappeared in the distance. Sir, I, Lei Jinshan, used to be Lan Heng's disciple. However, I'm leaving the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect and severing all ties with Lan Heng, Lei Jinshan said confidently. Chapter 3376. Lei Jinshan, a celestial emperor from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. He was the disciple of Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Moreover, he was known as the most talented person in the history of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. He was also known as the person who had the highest chance of becoming a titled celestial emperor. Due to this reason, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect were shocked when they heard Lei Jinshan's name. Their expressions darkened even further. However, when they heard Lei Jinshan's next words, they were all stunned. Heavens! What was Lei Jinshan doing? Leaving the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? Sever all ties with Lan Hengjian? None of them had expected Lei Jinshan to suddenly say such words. Moreover, Lei Jinshan seemed to have nothing to do with Lan Heng and the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian did not expect Lei Jinshan's reaction. He looked at Lei Jinshan meaningfully before he decided to ignore him. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. She told him what kind of person Lei Jinshan was, causing a ripple in his heart. Lei Jinshan is quite a character. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He must have noticed something. But just because he was unable to confirm his suspicions, he decided to betray his teacher and the sect? Duan Lingtian had a feeling things were not as simple as they seemed. Lei Jinshan. Lan Heng finally regained his senses. He was the most shocked out of everyone present when he heard Lei Jinshan's words. Even in his dreams, he did not expect Lei Jinshan would be so treacherous. What do you mean by that? Lan Heng asked in a deep voice as he glared at Lei Jinshan. Lan Jinyan, Lan Heng's grandson, also regained his senses at this moment. He looked at Lei Jinshan in disbelief and anger. Lan Heng. Lei Jinshan glanced at Lan Heng indifferently and said, Don't you know what I mean? In order for your son to become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, you hastily stepped down from your position and allowed your son to become the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Do you think I care about the position of sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect? That's fine. Moreover, according to the rules of the cold drizzle celestial sect, there are some things that should belong to the person with the highest innate talent. However, you gave them to your son, Lan Kongxian. If I continue to stay in the cold drizzle celestial sect, I'll only hinder my path to becoming a titled celestial emperor. I've been preparing to leave for a long time. Today, I'll take this opportunity to tell you something. Lei Jinshan said. You, Lan Heng, was enraged. You unfilial disciple. Have you forgotten who took you in as a disciple and nurtured you to this day? Chi. Lei Jinshan sneered. Lan Heng, don't flatter yourself. Back then, my innate talent was slightly higher than my younger brother's. You took me in as your disciple, and he had an elder from a second-grade sect as his master. However, that sect decided to nurture him. Currently, he's even stronger than me. If my younger brother and I had followed that person earlier, we would be far stronger than we are now. Lei Jinshan sneered. I won't interfere in today's matter. Lei Jinshan stood in the distance with his arms crossed as he looked at Lan Heng mockingly. Then he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, Sir, if you're capable of killing them, I won't interfere. Naturally, if you're killed, I won't help you. Lei Jinshan said. Upon hearing the conversation between Lei Jinshan and Lan Heng, realization dawned on everyone present, including Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had a hunch that something was amiss. It seemed like he was right. Lei Jinshan, I'll deal with you after I'm done with this matter. Lan Heng said angrily, Old man, you might be stronger than me, but it won't be easy for you to kill me. Lei Jinshan sneered. Lan Heng took a deep breath and turned away from Lei Jinshan. He was afraid he would attack Lei Jinshan in a fit of rage. If that happened, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect might take advantage of the situation. You! Lan Heng's expression darkened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Do your best. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from to force my daughter to marry you. Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Although his tone was calm, anyone could hear the suppressed anger in his voice. Lan Heng's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian was too calm. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. Even if he was wary of Duan Lingtian, he could not back down. Moreover, Duan Lingtian might not let the matter rest, even if he retreated. He might as well see how strong Duan Lingtian was. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a green storm surged out of Lan Heng's body. His celestial origin energy and the law of wind formed a terrifying storm that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Lan Heng, the strongest person in the cold drizzle celestial sect, had comprehended the law of wind. At this moment, Little Gold, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, could not help but chuckle. He's at least a 3-talents celestial emperor or a 4-phenomenon celestial emperor. I didn't expect him to have yet to comprehend all the profundities from the law of wind. Lan Heng's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he unleashed all the profundities from the law of wind. However, there were no signs of him comprehending the other profundities. It was clear Lan Heng had only comprehended 8 of the 9 profundities from the law of wind, including the fundamental profundity. How dare you force my daughter to marry you when you're so weak? At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled as well. He extended his right hand, and a 7-colored sword ray shot out. It was his 7 orifices exquisite sword. The moment it appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. Subsequently, before the crowd regained their senses, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook. Immediately, A wave of seven-colored energy surged out of the sword and flew up into the sky like a fairy scattering flowers. A few moments later, the energy transformed into a huge seven-colored cage that enveloped Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. Barf! Lan Heng's expression turned solemn when he sensed the pressure from the cage. On the other hand, Lan Jinyan's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nyener! Lan Heng's expression changed drastically as he hastily moved closer to Lan Jinyan. The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as he released his storm energy to help Lan Jinyan. You're just a one basic celestial emperor. Even if you've comprehended the law of space and possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, do you really think you're a match for me? Lan Heng sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian spat twice. With just a thought, the seven-colored cage shrunk rapidly. At the same time, a violent spatial energy surged out of the cage. I'll break your space shackles now. Lan Heng shouted as a green storm surged out of his body in an attempt to break free from Duan Lingtian's space shackles profundity. However, as soon as his storm energy surged out, it was crushed by the violent spatial energy. Moreover, the violent spatial energy continued to press down on him and sent him flying. Blarg! Lan Heng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. The fused profundity. Why you've comprehended the fused profundity from the law of space. Lan Heng was still confident in himself a moment ago, but now his confidence had been completely crushed by the person in front of him. Heavens! The fused profundity. Moreover, it was the fused profundity from the law of space. Who was this person before him? How could he comprehend the fused profundity from the law of space when he was only a one basic celestial emperor? Qi, 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 qi. Zhou Donghuang's expression was indifferent. With a single thought, space cracks appeared within the rainbow cage. In the end, a total of 9 space cracks appeared. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9 dimensional decapitators whizzed out and then fused together to form an even more terrifying dimensional decapitator. It whizzed through the air and headed straight for Lan Heng. This was another fused profundity that Duan Lingtian had comprehended with the help of the Supreme Divinity. It could fuse perfectly with the space elemental profundity. It could merge the 9-dimensional / profundity into one, or split the 9-dimensional / profundity into one. The space elemental profundity was much more dispersed. No, Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect and the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, cried out in pain. In just a blink of an eye, Lan Heng's legs were severed. Then the space elemental profundity swirled around his legs and turned them into a pool of blood. Buzz! Another ear-piercing and soul-shaking hum rang out. Dimensional / whistled out, taking away one of Lan Heng's arms once more. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, Lan Heng's eyes were filled with despair and remorse. Why did he come? Why did he come? If he had known a 4th-grade sect was so difficult to deal with, he would not have come. Moreover, he would not have helped his grandson force Lan Jinyan into marriage. Who would have thought a mere 4th-grade sect's disciple would have such a powerful backer? However, you can rest assured that the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect will accompany you in death. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Lan Heng. It was as though he was talking about something that was not important at all. Lan Heng's eyes widened immediately. Lan Jinyan's face was pale from fear. He did not expect the father of the woman he had set his eyes on to be such a person. His grandfather was completely crushed by the other party, unable to retaliate at all. Chapter 3377. On the other hand, Lei Jinshan, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He was glad he had made the right decision earlier. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape death today. Earlier, I felt the young man did not take Lanheng seriously and was extremely confident. That's why I took the opportunity to cut ties with Lanheng. Naturally, I'm confident I'll be able to escape unscathed if I cut ties with Lanheng. The reason why Lei Zhenshan cut ties with Lanheng at such a critical moment was because he felt Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Apart from the fact that he had a grudge against Lanheng, he was even calmer than Lanheng. In his opinion, since Duan Siling came with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Duan Siling must have told Duan Siling about Lanheng's strength. However, Duan Lingtian still dared to come at a time like this. Was he here to seek death? That was impossible. However, even though Lei Jinshan felt that the purple-clad young man in front of him might be stronger than Lanheng, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. He has comprehended the fused profundity. He's only a one basic celestial emperor. Lei Jinshan was confident in his strength. However, as a two-form celestial emperor, he had just comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal and was about to fuse profundities. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was a one basic celestial emperor who had mastered the fused profundities. Earlier, Lei Jinshan had discovered Duan Lingtian had fused two profundities together. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's sword was even more terrifying than an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Even if Lanheng and I join forces, we won't be a match for him. Thinking up to here, Lei Jinshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced at his wisdom. "Yes, sir." Duan Lingtian's face was pale. Lanheng's face was ghastly pale as he looked at Duan Lingtian. There was only fear in his eyes. "All of this is my Lanheng's fault. Please don't vent your anger on my grandson and the cold drizzle celestial sect." Now Lanheng also realized that he would definitely die today. The strength of the purple-clothed youth in front of him was not something he could contend against. Humph! Hearing Lanheng's words, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Then he opened his big hand. It was as if he was using the wind as a knife. He swept through the void and entered the colorful cage without any hindrance. Pucci! With a soft sound, Lan Jinian's body broke apart at the waist, and Lan Jinian cried out in pain, "Grandpa! I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Lanheng's pupils shrank as he hurriedly said, "Sir, please spare my grandson's life." However, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to Lanheng's words. Then he turned to look at his daughter, Duan Siling. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a doting smile. "Siling, do you want to kill them yourself?" "All right." Duan Siling's frost dreams stared at Lanheng and his grandson. It was because of these two that her beloved teacher was put in a difficult position and even threatened to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She knew very well how her teacher, Yuan Qing, felt about the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She could imagine how painful it was for her teacher to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Duan Siling blamed herself for this. After all, she was the cause of all this. Naturally, it was not her fault. She was forced to do so by the grandfather and his grandson. "Father, I'll capture them now." Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around. With a wave of his hand, Lanheng and Lan Jinian's bodies were brought to Duan Siling. "Spare me! Spare me!" Lan Jinian begged for mercy in horror. A hint of despair could be seen in Lanheng's eyes as well. Swoosh! Duan Siling raised her hand, and a celestial sword appeared in her hand. The sword was like a rainbow as it instantly killed Lanheng and his granddaughter, who were completely suppressed by her father's strength. "Father!" After killing Lanheng and his granddaughter, Duan Siling threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms and cried loudly. It was as though she had finally released all the pent-up emotions that she had been suppressing for days. Duan Lingtian gently patted Duan Siling's back to comfort her. However, He did not say anything as he looked at Duan Si Ling lovingly. He had not seen his daughter for more than 200 years. Initially, he thought he would only be able to see her after 700 years in the divine offering land. He did not expect she had already left the divine offering land and had stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for more than 100 years. Yesterday, when he saw his daughter, it could be said that he was wild with joy because this was a great surprise for him. However, when he learned about the difficulties his daughter and Tianwu faced, he immediately asked them to lead the way to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. They arrived early in the morning, but they did not show themselves. They only showed themselves at the critical moment. He's really Duan Si Ling's father. Heavens! Duan Si Ling's father is a celestial emperor? Moreover, he's such a powerful celestial emperor. He's too strong. The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect regained their senses after Lan Heng and his grandson were killed by Duan Lingtian. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. He was too strong. Lan Heng, the strongest person in the second-grade cold drizzle celestial sect, was a four-phenomenon celestial emperor. However, Duan Lingtian had easily toyed with him. How strong was Duan Lingtian? Was he close to becoming a titled celestial emperor? A titled celestial emperor? Apart from the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, even Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Although they knew Duan Si Ling's father had become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, they did not know how strong Duan Si Ling's father was. It was only now that they realized Duan Si Ling's father was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Initially, they thought Duan Si Ling's father had to rely on the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to suppress Lan Heng from the cold drizzle celestial sect. They did not expect Duan Si Ling's father would be able to defeat Lan Heng so easily. Sect leader Yuan. Duan Lingtian patted Duan Si Ling's head after she left his embrace. Then he looked at Yu Wenqing and said, "To thank you for taking care of my daughter, I'll give you a gift." Si Ling's father, you're being too polite. There's no need for this gift. I've been with Si Ling for more than 100 years. I've long treated her like my own daughter. Yu Wenqing quickly declined. Sect leader Yuan, don't reject it. If you don't accept the gift, it'll only benefit others. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. HM? Yu Wenqing was confused. Sect leader Yuan, if you and elder Yu are interested, you can follow me to the cold drizzle celestial sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Wenqing with a mysterious smile on his face. Then he looked at Lei Jinshan and said indifferently, I plan to visit the cold drizzle celestial sect. Can you lead the way? I'm willing to serve you, my lord. Lei Jinshan replied respectfully before he led the way. At the same time, he thought to himself, the cold drizzle celestial sect is finished. After Lei Jinshan left, Duan Lingtian, Duan Si Ling, Feng Tianwu, Huan and Little Gold followed Lei Jinshan. At this moment, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, including Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng, finally regained their senses. They finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant by gift. The cold drizzle celestial sect was a second-grade sect. Its estate had a king-grade celestial crystal vein. Due to this, the heaven and earth spirit energy in its estate was much more abundant than the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. There was only one Duke-grade celestial crystal vein in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Is Duan Si Ling's father really planning to annihilate the cold drizzle celestial sect? Is he planning to give the cold drizzle celestial sect's estate to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Heavens! Isn't this gift a little too scary? The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect were shocked when they regained their senses. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Was it time for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect to move to a better estate? Under normal circumstances, Even if the cold drizzle celestial sect gave the cloudy sunbow sword sect their estate, it would be difficult for them to defend it. However, if it was a gift from a powerhouse like Duan Sealing's father, no one would dare to snatch it from them. This was the deterrent effect of a powerhouse. Even if Duan Ling Tian snatched the cloudy sunbow sword sex estate, he would still have to defend it tomorrow. Moreover, he would offend a powerhouse. If possible, no one would want to offend a powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian. As for those who are stronger than Duan Ling Tian, they would not be interested in the cold drizzle celestial sex estate. I've said it earlier. I, Yuan Qing, am no longer the sect leader of the cloudy sunbow sword sect. Yuan Qing's expression darkened when she heard the discussion among the cloudy sunbow sword sect's elders and disciples. She could feel a surge of anger rising in her heart. Earlier, these people wanted to push her favorite disciple, Duan Sealing, to her death. How dare they accept the gift from her disciple's father? How laughable! Although Yuan Qing knew they were forced to do this, she could not help but feel angry when she saw their expressions. All of you, it's better for you to guard the cloudy sunbow sword sex estate. Yu Baifeng glanced at the elders and disciples of the cloudy sunbow sword sect indifferently before she moved to follow Duan Lingtian and the others. Yuan Qing naturally followed closely behind. Sect leader, supreme elder. Sect leader, supreme elder, we had no choice earlier. Otherwise we would have died. We can give up the cold drizzle celestial sex estate, but the cloudy sunbow sword sect can't do without you. That's right, sect leader, supreme elder, we can't do without you. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the cloudy sunbow sword sect changed drastically as they followed Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng. If Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng left, the cloudy sunbow sword sect would not even be considered a 4th grade sect. At most, it would only be a 5th grade sect. Moreover, once the news spread, they might not be able to withstand the cloudy sunbow sword sex estate. Chapter 3378. In the Devata realms, the grade of a force was directly related to the number of powerhouses in the force. For example, a grade 4 force, whether it was a grade 4 clan or a grade 4 sect, had to have at least one titled celestial lord. Otherwise, they would not be able to protect their territory. Therefore, a force without a titled celestial lord was not considered a grade 4 force. For example, when Duan Lingtian was in the spirit overarching heavens, southern heaven territory, the strongest sects and the 10 major clans were grade 5 forces. None of them were grade 4 forces. This was because, although there were many celestial lords among them, none of them were titled celestial lords. In fact, there was only one titled celestial lord in the entire southern heaven territory, the southern heaven celestial lord. Sect leader, supreme elder. A few elders of the cloudy sunbow sword sect who had caught up to Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng, who were flying at full speed, kneeled in the air and blocked their path. While Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng were forced to stop moving, the elders and disciples of the cloudy sunbow sword sect who had caught up to them also knelt around Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng. Sect leader, I know you're angry. However, there's only one person on one side and the entire sect on the other. We have no choice. Supreme elder, the cloudy sunbow sword sect can't do without you. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and the others were unaware of Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng's predicament. However, Duan Sealing could not help but frown. This is bad. Earlier, teacher said she would leave the cloudy sunbow sword sect. With her temper, it's almost impossible for her to change her mind. Sealing, don't worry. At this moment, Feng Tianwu shook her head and said, no matter how stubborn senior sister is, the elders, senior sisters, and junior sisters of the cloudy sunbow sword sect won't let her go. If everyone begs her to stay, she won't be able to leave. Even my master won't let her go. Feng, Tianwu smiled. You should know that the cloudy sunbow sword sect is a 4th grade sect because of my teacher. She's a titled celestial lord, so no one would dare to offend her. Duan Sealing nodded and said, "You should know that the reason the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is a 4th grade sect is because of my teacher. The best resource in a 4th grade sect is a Duke grade celestial crystal vein. However, a single vein of that grade is only enough to tempt some celestial lords. Even titled celestial lords might not be interested in it. However, if Senior Sister really leaves the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it's impossible for Teacher to continue staying in the sect. At that time, without Senior Sister and Master's protection, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will become a 5th grade sect. Those elders and that group of Senior and Junior Sisters will not allow Senior Sister and Teacher to leave." Feng, Tianwu said. Before Duan Sealing could reply, Little Gold frowned and said, "Are they that shameless? Previously, they forced Sealing's teacher and your teacher to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At that time, they didn't even ask your teacher to stay. However, now that the crisis has passed, they've changed their minds. Aren't they a little too shameless?" Little Gold was slightly puzzled. In her world, black was black and white was white. Of course, to her, even if her big brother Ling Tian and the people around her big brother Ling Tian were evil, she was willing to follow them to the end without any regrets. That's how realistic they are. Feng, Tianwu said with a sigh. Moreover, it's not their fault. No matter who it is, they wouldn't be willing to sacrifice their lives for a single person. I can understand them. Duan Sealing nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sex Estate under Lei Zhenshan's lead. Lei Zhenshan was the vanguard. Buzz, 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 buzz. As Lei Zhenshan's figure flashed, he sent out numerous saber rays, killing the patrolling disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The patrolling disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect could not figure it out until the moment they died. Why did Elder Lei of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect suddenly attack them without saying a word? Lei Zhenshan took the lead, unleashing a massacre while revealing a bitter smile. Although he hated Lanhang, it did not mean he hated the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. He was killing the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect to save his own life. He was not sure if the purple-clad young man behind him would spare his life or not. For this reason, he tried his best to put on a good show in the hopes that the purple-clad young man would show mercy. Lei Zhenshan, what's the meaning of this? Lei Zhenshan's massacre quickly attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, personally led a group of people to intercept Lei Zhenshan. Lan Kongxian was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a dignified expression on his face. At this moment, he was looking at Lei Zhenshan with a dark expression on his face. Lan Kongxian, your son, Lan Jinyan, and your father, Lan Heng, are both dead. It's best if you stop struggling. Lei Zhenshan sighed. The expressions of the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect changed when they heard Lei Zhenshan's words. When they heard Lei Zhenshan's words, their first thought was that they did not believe Lei Zhenshan. However, when they saw the strangers behind Lei Zhenshan, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Aren't you Feng, Tianwu, the disciple of Yu Bai Feng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? One of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect recognized Feng, Tianwu. Isn't that Duan Sealing, the disciple of Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Lei Zhenshan went to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect with the old sect leader and the young sect leader, right? What's going on? Soon after, another high-ranking official from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect recognized Duan Sealing. You talk too much. The expression of Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, changed drastically when the golden-clad young woman stepped forward. Then her body began to fade away. In the next moment, roar! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the golden-clothed woman disappeared and was replaced by an enormous being that was as large as a mountain. It was a huge rat with a dark gold body and red eyes. Swoosh! Swoosh! The huge rat seemed clumsy, but it moved at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, led by Lan Kong-shen, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Bang! Apart from Lan Kong-shen and the other two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, who managed to dodge, the other high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect exploded. Their bodies were reduced to a bloody mist in just a blink of an eye. Ever since I became a celestial emperor, I haven't fought with all my might. Today, I'll play with the three of you. The giant rat grinned. It looked like a giant, but its voice was that of a young woman. It sounded very strange. Little Gold, Feng Tianwu was dumbstruck. Even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen Xiao Jin, it was still the first time she'd seen Xiao Jin make a move after reuniting with it this time. In just a blink of an eye, Lan Kong-shen, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, and the other two high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect were sent flying by the huge rat. Blood spurted from their mouths. How boring. Too weak. With 3 slaps from the huge rat, Lan Kong-shen, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, and the other 2 high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect were killed. Lei Zhanshan, who was standing at the side, trembled in fear. Even this greater rat was more powerful than him. From today onward, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect is no more. If you don't want to die, leave now. Xiao Jin withdrew her true form and transformed back into a beautiful young woman with a graceful figure. When her voice reverberated in the air, it contained a vast amount of celestial origin energy. In the beginning, some of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's disciples were unaware of the situation. However, when they learned about the calamity the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was facing, they quickly fled the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate. In less than an hour, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate was empty. Meanwhile, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, led by Yu Qing and Yu Baifeng, finally arrived. Sect leader Yu, there's no one left in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate. This place is my gift to you, Duan Lingtian said to Yu Qing with a smile. Then he looked at Yu Baifeng and said, From today onward, if you have any problems, you can send a message to Si Ling or Tianwu. I'll do my best to help. If you're free, you can also look for Si Ling and Tianwu in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were dumbfounded. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Si Ling's father was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? All right, Yu Qing and Yu Baifeng nodded. Their faces were filled with smiles. After all, they had learned from Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu that once Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned, he would officially accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. If it was any other time, they would have looked up to Duan Lingtian. And now, thanks to the blessing of their disciples, they had formed a good relationship with such an existence. Si Ling, Tianwu, you should catch up with your teacher. After that, we'll return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After that, we'll discuss how to look for little Fei, and Nian Tian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had learned that Duan Si Ling and Yu Baifeng had left. His daughter, Duan Si Ling, and Feng Tianwu had left the divine offering land. Even his wife, Li Fei, his son, and his parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, had been sent away by Ker's third uncle, Xia Jia. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of their whereabouts. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling had Li Fei, Duan Yen Tian, Duan Rafeng, and Feng Wu Dao soul pearls. However, they had not received any replies when they tried to send messages through their soul pearls. Duan Lingtian wondered if those people did not have communication celestial talismans or if they were not in the solitary destructive heaven. Chapter 33, 79. Before Feng, Tianwu, Duan Siling, and the others were sent out of the divine offering land by Xiajie, the third master of the Xia clan, he had given them a pile of soul pearls so they could exchange soul pearls with each other. In order to preserve their soul pearls, he had given Feng, Tianwu, Duan Siling, and the others high-quality soul pearls from the realms of gods. It would not be a problem for the soul pearls to retain their soul energy for 10,000 years. Xiajie knew that he could only guarantee that they would be sent to a mundane realm, but he didn't know which mundane realm they would be sent to. In fact, they might even be sent to multiple mundane realms. Giving them soul pearls would make it easier for them to reunite after they ascended to the Devata realms. It was impossible for them to reunite in the mundane realms unless they were together from the beginning. After all, there were many mundane realms. Even if there were communication celestial talismans in mundane realms, they would not be able to communicate even if they were in different realms. It would only be convenient for them to communicate after ascending to a Devata realm. Even if they were not in the same Devata realm, they could travel to different Devata realms to contact each other. As long as they could contact each other, they would be able to meet up. However, Xiajie had not given Feng Tianwu and the others any immortal message talismans. Time was of the essence, and Xiajie did not have many immortal message talismans. Elder brother Duan, when Si Ling and I arrived in that mundane realm, apart from a few people, we had all the soul pearls in our possession. After leaving the cold drizzle celestial sect and the cloudy sunbow sword sex estate, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian solemnly on their way back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I have all the soul pearls of the 7 absolutes, sex disciples. However, apart from senior sister Mu Yi's soul pearl, the others' soul pearls have all shattered. Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet prodigy, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Previously, when Yun Qingyan had brought Duan Lingtian's friends and family to the divine offering land, Mu Yi had been taken away as well. She had only left the divine offering land after Xiajie had sent them away. As for where it went, it was still uncertain. However, from what Feng Tianwu had just said, only Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi, and Duan Lingtian were still alive. The others were all dead. They all died. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with hatred as he clenched his fists tightly. Yun Qingyan, if I don't kill you, I, Duan Lingtian, swear I'm not human. Wait for me. I'll look for you in the divine offering land when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. The current Duan Lingtian had completely lost his composure. Killing intent swept out from his body, causing the surrounding people to feel traces of an oppressive aura. Are the others' soul orbs still there? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Si Ling and I have Sister Fei soul orbs, Niantian's soul orbs, Uncle Rufeng's soul orbs, Li Ro's soul orbs, Xuanai's soul orbs, and my father's soul orbs. Their soul orbs are still intact. As for Senior by Li Hong and the other soul orbs, I don't have them. However, my father has Senior by Li Hong and the other soul orbs. If we can find my father, we'll be able to confirm if Senior by Li Hong and the other soul orbs are still intact. Feng Tianwu said, All right. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At the same time, he prayed inwardly that his Senior by Li Hong and the others were fine. Otherwise, he would not be able to forgive himself. After all, the whole thing was an unexpected calamity to the others. It was all because of him. If Yun Qing Yen did not hate him and wanted to force Kerr to leave him, his family and friends would not have been forcibly brought to the divine offering land by Yun Qing Yen. Let's return to the heavenly palace and sort out the names of the Devata realms. Tian Wu, Si Ling, give me their soul orbs and I'll go look for them. Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling based on his words. He was prepared to visit all the Devata realms to see if he could find his family and friends. Based on the time, based on the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, as long as they're still alive, there's a high chance they've ascended to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian said, Elder brother Duan, I'll go with you. Feng Tianwu said solemnly, Father, I want to go as well. Duan Si Ling chimed in as well. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, they could tell Duan Lingtian wanted them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, so he could search for his family and friends. Both of you can stay in the heavenly palace and cultivate, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something as he said, All right, let's go together. The cultivation environment in my little world is much better than the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not inferior to the cultivation environment in Duan Lingtian's little world, it was still inferior to the cultivation environment in his little world. The heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world came from the ruins of the realms of gods. Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling's innate talent had improved greatly after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian went to Hualao and asked, Hualao, do you know the names of the 81 Devata realms? HM? Hualao was slightly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then he shook his head and said, I don't have time to remember them. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I want to look for someone. Duan Lingtian explained his plan to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Hualao nodded and said, I understand. Give me 2 days to sort it out for you. Thank you, Hualao. Duan Lingtian thanked Duan Lingtian before he bade farewell to Hualao and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Huan was a sensible girl. After returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Huan did not stick to Duan Lingtian like she did in the past. Instead, she gave Duan Lingtian some alone time with Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate. Instead, he spent time with Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling and listened to them talk about what had happened after they left the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard about their adventures. Although he knew they had managed to escape, he could not help but feel anxious. Father, Huan has a special relationship with you, right? Duan Siling looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked with a faint smile on her face after she was done with her story. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Tianwu before he sighed. Then he recounted how he met Huan, got to know her and fell in love with her. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu affectionately before he said with a smile, After we rescue Kerr, I'll give you a grand wedding. Elder brother Duan, I don't mind. Feng Tianwu said softly, This is my promise to you. It won't change. My feelings for you will never change. Duan Lingtian said solemnly, Back when they were still in the mundane realm, Huan had almost died for him. How could he let her down when she was willing to sacrifice her life for him? Moreover, it was true that he liked her. Mother, a hint of worry appeared in Duan Siling's eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian mentioning her mother. Father, do you think Mother will be fine? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in this world. Duan Lingtian had learned about this even before he ascended to the Divine Ascension realm in the mundane realm. Hualao, are you coming with us? Duan Lingtian had obtained a memory celestial talisman from Hualao that contained the names of the 81 Devata realms. Therefore, he had heard from Hualao that he was planning to go with them. Yes. Hualao nodded with a smile. It's been a long time since I left the heavenly palace. This time I'll go with you. Moreover, Meng Luo will be worried if I don't go with you. Perhaps he'll decide to go with you. Do you want him to go with you? Or do you want me to go with you? Hualao asked with a smile. In Meng Luo's eyes, you're the only young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If something happens to you, he won't be able to answer to Lord Heavenly Emperor. You won't be able to understand how important Lord Heavenly Emperor is to you. Hualao said, Has Senior Feng Qingyang ever blamed me? Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed. After all, he was the reason Feng Qingyang's main body was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I've asked Lord Heavenly Emperor about this. Hualao said with a smile, Lord Heavenly Emperor said he doesn't blame you. Instead, he wants to thank you for giving him such a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. If he had cultivated normally, it would have taken him at least a few thousand years or even 10,000 years to reach his current level. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hualao's words. Naturally, the guilt in his heart did not lessen. Perhaps the only way for him to feel better was to apologize to Senior Feng Qingyang and ease the guilt in his heart. Hualao, let's go. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Hualao before the two of them made their way to the first Devata realm through the transportation formation in the heavenly palace. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Lingtian and Huan had been to this Devata realm before. They had even gone to the Nando territory to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. After that, they had gone to the Boundless Heavens Heavenly Pool Palace. Let's see if they've responded after arriving at the Jade Emperor territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Lingtian used the soul pearls given to him by Feng Tianwu to send messages to Li Fei, Duan Rafeng, and Duan Yantian before waiting for a response. While waiting for a response, Duan Lingtian teleported to the Nando territory. It's been a while since we left the Heavenly Pool Palace. If Senior Zhugafeng and Senior Zhugayin are paying attention to the matters in the Heavenly Pool Palace, they must be worried about us. I should go and greet them. Chapter 30, 380. Su Li. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Su Li as he stood outside the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sex estate. He had not seen Su Li since he left the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Soon after, Su Li came out. His eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I heard from the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny that you went to the Boundless Heavens Heavenly Pool Palace to attend to some matters. They also told me not to look for you rashly. Have you dealt with the matter there? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. With just a thought, he summoned Little Gold out of his little world. Su Li, look at who this is. It was a young woman in a golden dress. She was beautiful and had a graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, she looked at Su Li with a faint smile. Su Li, long time no see. Little Gold took the initiative to greet Su Li. However, at this very moment, Su Li looked at the lady in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. You know me? It seems like our young master, Su Li, has a short memory. How sad. Xiao Jin shook his head and pretended to sigh. You. Su Li was even more confused now. Who are you? It's impossible for me not to remember anyone I know. However, in my memories, there is no such person as you. There was one thing Su Li did not say. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity even though he was certain he had never seen this young woman before. Little Gold, stop joking with Su Li, Duan Lingtian laughed. Little Gold. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a thought appeared in Su Li's mind. He remembered the little girl dressed in golden robes when he was still in the mundane realm. It's her. Su Li understood. No wonder she gave him a feeling of déjà vu, and he was sure that he had never seen her before. It turned out that the little girl from back then had grown up. Su Li, you're amazing. I heard about you from brother Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to come to the Devata realm and have such a high cultivation base. Xiao Jin said with a smile. I didn't expect to meet an old friend from the mundane realm after Duan Lingtian in the Devata realms. Su Li sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, now that you've returned, you won't be leaving, right? Although Duan Lingtian had left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect with Su Li had learned from the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny that they had only left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect temporarily. In the future, he might still return. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Su Li's words. I came back to see you and the two progeny leaders. I might come back to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the future, but I won't be staying for long. I'm currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian smiled. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Su Li was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember you told me the legacy you obtained in the mundane realm was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang from the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect in the Saint Province realm. After Senior Feng Qingyang ascended to the Devata realms, he became the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The last time they met, Su Li had heard Duan Lingtian mention this while they were chatting. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Has Senior Feng Qingyang officially accepted you as his disciple? Su Li asked again. Not yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned yet. Although I've gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll have to wait for him to return before I can officially become his disciple. Feng Qingyang was the only master Duan Lingtian acknowledged. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Su Li smiled. Let's go. I'll bring you to the 2 progeny leaders. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he led Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao into the Thousand Tribulations sword sex estate. At this moment, the floating islands appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. As for Little Gold, she had returned to Duan Lingtian's little world. The cultivation environment in Duan Lingtian's little world was far better than any place in the Devata realms. Even divine crystals could not compare to cultivating in the little world. At this moment, the divine tree of life stood in the center of Duan Lingtian's little world. It was emitting a divine light. 2 Ning dragons were lying at the foot of the tree of life as if they were in a deep slumber. The light of the tree of life fell on their bodies like stars. Upon closer inspection, one could see a 5-colored energy circling the divine tree of life. It was none other than the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body. The 7th form profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, the world cleansing divine water, the chaos divine earth, and the 8th form chaos divine flame. Among the 5-colored energy, the fiery red energy was the most eye-catching. After all, it was the 8th form chaos divine flame. At this moment, 4 figures could be seen sitting near the center of the divine tree of life. They were none other than Little Gold, Huan Feng Tianwu, and Duan Siling. After Duan Lingtian had become a celestial emperor, the size of his little world had increased. A barren land had appeared outside the green land. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the barren land was slowly being absorbed by the green land. Now that barren land was also being assimilated by the green land. It wouldn't be long before it would be as green as a painting, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. Progeny leader. Senior. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun again, the siblings did not seem to have changed much. Duan Lingtian had also summoned Huan a moment ago. Did everything go well? Zhuge Yun asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. We've rescued Huan Er's parents. Under Zhuge Yun's curious questioning, Duan Lingtian told her everything that had happened. Apart from the fact that he possessed the 5 divine elements, he did not hide anything else. You should have told us so that we could have helped you. Although the 2 of us might not be a match for the Grand Elder of the Dragons, we're not afraid of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhuge Yin said as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a reproachful expression on her face. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun's strength. If they joined forces, they would not be afraid of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In other words, they were on par with the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, Meng Chuan, I didn't expect you to join the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Moreover, you're destined to become the direct disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Lingtian had told Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun about the current situation, so Zhuge Yun could not help but sigh. I didn't expect that the 2 of us would end up with nothing, even though we managed to recruit a disciple for each of our progenies. Zhuge Yun sighed. Senior, if you need help in the future, just send me a message. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help. Duan Lingtian said solemnly with a solemn expression on his face. Naturally, he felt guilty toward Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yin. After all, both of them were rather aloof in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. They rarely came out for others, but they came out for him and Huan. Moreover, they even recruited them into the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny. After that, they even went to the Heavenly Pool Palace of the Boundless Heaven to gather information for them. However, it was destined that they would not be able to stay in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Little fellow, why are you in such a hurry? I was just joking. Zhuge Yin laughed and said, It's an opportunity for us to have a relationship with you, the future disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Perhaps we'll be able to use your name in the future. Zhuge Yin smiled. After staying in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect for half a day, Duan Lingtian and Huan bade farewell to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yin. At the same time, he realized the people he was looking for were not in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Otherwise, they would have replied to his message. Naturally, there was another possibility. If Li Fei, Duan Rafeng, Duan Yantian, and the others were in closed-door cultivation in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it was not surprising that they did not receive his message in time. However, Duan Lingtian had already made preparations for this. In his message, he told Li Fei and the others that he was in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If they were in closed-door cultivation, they could send a message to him. At that time, he would personally bring them to the Heavenly Palace. Where's our next stop? After Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Su Li and left the Thousand Tribulations sword sex estate, Lao asked. Our next stop? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His eyes shone brightly as he said, Let's go to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The Spirit Overarching Heaven was the Devata realm where Duan Lingtian had first ascended to. He had stayed in the Spirit Overarching Heaven for a long time. This time, Duan Lingtian had been transported to the southern heaven territory of the Spirit Overarching Heaven and the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Since I'm here, I should make a trip to the profound Nether Mansion and meet the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After sending out the messages, Duan Lingtian waited for a reply before he brought Lao to the profound Nether Mansion. The profound Nether Mansion had not changed much. Everything was the same as before. The old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, was naturally happy to see Duan Lingtian. However, when he learned about Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so far ahead of him. Let's continue to the next stop. After a moment of hesitation, Duan Lingtian decided to go to the Boundless Heaven. However, before they arrived at the Boundless Heaven, Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and asked, "Hualao, there's a rift between me and the heavenly palace of the Boundless Heaven. I'm afraid even the heavenly emperor of the Boundless Heaven views me as a thorn in his side. It should be fine for the two of us to go to the heavenly palace, right?" Duan Lingtian asked worriedly. "Perhaps we should return to the solitary destructive heaven and invite Senior Meng Luo along." With Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor, around, Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease. He planned to go to the heavenly palace of the Boundless Heaven to meet his teacher, Sulang, and his senior brothers and sisters to apologize to them. The Literature Pavilion. Chapter 30, 381. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hualao smiled faintly. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "I've never seen the palace master of the heavenly pool palace before, but I've seen the heavenly emperor of the Boundless Heaven once, after he returned from the Azure Hell. He and many other heavenly emperors came to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor when they learned that Lord Heavenly Emperor had returned and reclaimed his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I've seen him that time." A hint of disdain could be seen in Hualao's eyes as he said, "The heavenly emperors who came to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor were only ordinary heavenly emperors from the 81 Devata realms. Even if the stronger heavenly emperors wanted to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor, they would only send someone to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor. Only the weaker heavenly emperors would personally visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor." The Lord Heavenly Emperor that Hualao was referring to was none other than Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Even if the heavenly emperor of the Boundless Heaven is extremely courageous, he wouldn't dare to touch you, Hualao said confidently. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he realized how terrifying Feng Qingyang was. Even the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm had personally visited the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to curry favor with Feng Qingyang. "In that case, let's head over there," Duan Lingtian said to Hualao before the duo teleported to the Boundless Heaven's boundless territory. It was close to the heavenly pool palace. Although there was a transporting formation in the heavenly pool palace, it only allowed people to leave the heavenly pool palace. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to leave the heavenly pool palace through the transporting formation. After arriving in the Boundless Heaven, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to send a message to the person who had left the soul mark on the soul pearl to see if there was a response. If there was a response, he would be able to locate the person. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and Hualao arrived at the heavenly pool palace's encampment, the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace immediately recognized them. In the past, Duan Lingtian was considered a celebrity in the heavenly pool palace. His performances in the prodigy arena had attracted the attention of almost everyone in the heavenly pool palace. "Everyone, I'm here to look for my teacher, Sulang." Duan Lingtian smiled at the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace. The patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They had heard that Duan Lingtian had personally injured Liang, the merciless celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace. Duan Lingtian's strength was not something they could contend against. "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just here to visit my family," Duan Lingtian said when he saw the uneasy expressions on the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace. Then he brought Hualao with him to the place where Sulang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, cultivated. When the patrolling elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace saw Duan Lingtian and Laying leaving, they looked at each other with a hint of fear in their eyes. Duan Lingtian is back? It's said that Duan Lingtian was only able to leave because the Grand Elder of the Dragons, Jiyunyan, the fragmentary element Celestial Emperor, helped him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave. The Palace Master wasn't the only one who was furious. Even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was furious. However, since the Heavenly Emperor couldn't do anything to Jiyunyan, he had no choice but to let the matter rest. Shouldn't Duan Lingtian be hiding? Why did he come to the Heavenly Pool Palace so brazenly? Is he seeking death? It doesn't seem like he's here to seek death. I wonder who the old man behind him is. Is he the Grand Elder of the Dragons? How's that possible? That old man is following behind him as though he's a follower. Why would the Grand Elder of the Dragons act like that in front of him? While the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were whispering among themselves, the leading elder had already sent a message to the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Yufengyu, the Mengchang Celestial Emperor. After sending the message, the Heavenly Pool Palace's elder said to the patrolling disciples who were still whispering among themselves, I've already informed the Palace Master of this matter. What happens next is out of our control. All of you, follow me and continue patrolling. While the patrolling disciples continued, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the place where Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, cultivated. He went straight to Su Lang's place. Teacher, Su Lang's expression did not change much when he saw Duan Lingtian again. However, a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. His expression changed as he asked, Duan Lingtian, why are you back? In Su Lang's opinion, Duan Lingtian had completely offended the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven by releasing the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison, especially the titled Celestial Emperors. However, Duan Lingtian had returned in less than 100 years. Was he not afraid of death? Teacher, I came back to visit you and my senior brothers and sisters. I've already sent a message to them. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Duan Lingtian said apologetically. I don't need your apology. Just go as far as you can. Once the Palace Master and the others arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Su Lang said impatiently. Naturally, Su Lang was happy that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was opposing the Heavenly Pool Palace, he could not help but feel worried for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would leave as soon as possible. At the very least, Duan Lingtian should not return until he was strong enough to not fear the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Almost at the same time as Su Lang's voice fell, swoosh, 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 accompanied by the swift sound of wind. 6 figures quickly converged from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside Su Lang's cultivation area and descended from the sky. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Duan Lingtian hurriedly turned around to greet them when he saw them. The 6 people who had arrived were Duan Lingtian's 3 senior sisters and 3 senior brothers. The 6 of them were led by Su Yisi, his 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and his 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, followed closely behind. They winked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious they did not hate Duan Lingtian for what he had done to Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji, the 2nd senior brother, still had a cold expression on his face. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he nodded at Duan Lingtian and smiled. His 4th senior sister, and his 5th senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, smiled at Duan Lingtian as well. However, Su Yisi, the eldest senior sister, looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility. Our little junior brother, still remembers to come back? Su Yasi looked at Duan Lingtian and clicked her tongue as she teased. I'm sorry, eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he apologized. Although Su Yasi had been rude to him when he was escaping from the Heavenly Pool Palace, the truth was she had been thinking of ways to help him escape. He was indebted to this eldest senior sister. He also knew how much pressure this eldest senior sister would have to bear for doing that. You can't have forgotten what I told you back then, right? Su Yasi said to Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on her face. Back then, I told you that if I see you again, I'll personally capture you and bring you back to the Thousand Chains prison. Are you taking my words for granted? I'll give you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight and leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, I'll immediately capture you and bring you back to the Thousand Chains prison. Su Yasi said to Duan Lingtian with hostility in her eyes. As soon as Su Yasi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters' voices resonated in his ears in a timely manner. Little junior brother, hurry up and leave. Once the palace master and the others arrive, you won't be able to leave. Little junior brother, let's go. Don't blame first senior sister. She has good intentions. She wants you to leave safely. Little junior brother, if you want to see us, just send us a message. We'll leave the Heavenly Pool Palace to see you. There's no need for you to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace and risk your life. Upon hearing these voice transmissions, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Duan Lingtian was about to say that since he dared to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not worried the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would come looking for him. Duan Lingtian, a deafening voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian could not help but turn to look at his senior brothers and sisters. Laying? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Laying, the merciless celestial emperor. Scram! Upon hearing the voice, Su Yasi stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Su Yasi, he won't be able to leave today. Laying, the merciless celestial emperor who had spoken first, and Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, appeared as well. Apart from that, a few other titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace also appeared. However, Yang Shaotian, the Howling Heaven celestial emperor, was not present. Previously, after Ji Yunyan, the patriarch of the Dragon's clan, left, Yang Shaotian only stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a short while before he left for the 5 Emperors' Heaven. His direct disciple, Sun Xing, was also brought away by him. Duan Lingtian, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Since you're here today, you'll stay here forever. Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Although the other titled Celestial Emperors did not say anything, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Although it was only because Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, had interfered, they were still ashamed of the fact that the titled Celestial Emperors had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, they did not dare to resent Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Clan. For this reason, they could only vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace, how could they let go of this opportunity to vent their anger? Everyone's here. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as he looked at Yu Fengyu and the others. Apart from Yang Shaotian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, all the titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were gathered here. Chapter 30, 382. Apart from Yu Fengyu, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, and the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, the rest of the titled Celestial Emperors from the Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian menacingly. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor in particular looked as though they wanted to devour Duan Lingtian alive. Sect leader, Su Lang stepped forward and looked at Yu Fengyu as he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian came to the Heavenly Pool Palace today to see me, his former teacher. I won't interfere in the enmity between him and the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, since he's here to see me, I can't just stand by and watch you make a move against him. After he leaves this time, I don't care what you do. However, since he came back to see me today, no matter if it's fake or not, I won't watch you make a move on him. Su Lang's eyes were sharp as he stepped forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Su Lang's actions. His teacher was willing to protect him in the face of a group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace? Su Lang knew his teacher was powerless to protect him, and yet his teacher had stepped forward to protect him. Moreover, his teacher was facing the strongest people in the Heavenly Pool Palace and titled celestial emperors who were on par with him. Su Lang, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, glared at Su Lang and said in a deep voice, Not only did Duan Lingtian kill my son, but he also released the prisoners in the Heavenly Pool Palace's 1,000 Chains prison, including the titled celestial emperors. Do you still want to protect him at a time like this? Lei Ying sneered when she finished speaking. She knew Su Lang's actions were futile. After all, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would never allow Duan Lingtian to leave. Su Lang! The profound heaven's celestial emperor looked at Su Lang coldly and said with a sneer, You seem to have a close relationship with him. However, he won't be able to escape death today. If you want to interfere, I don't mind sparring with you to see if you've improved over the years. The profound heaven, celestial emperor's tone was filled with contempt and disdain. Su Lang, you'd better mind your own business. Su Lang, don't make a mistake. The martial dragon immortal emperor and the smoke wave immortal emperor warned Su Lang too. Su Yasi. At the same time, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at Su Yasi, who was standing in the distance, and said, Persuade your father. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, the group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to Su Yasi. After all, Su Yasi's strength was on par with Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In the Devata realms, the strong were revered. For her to possess such strength at such a young age, given enough time, she would definitely grow even stronger. At the very least, she would surpass the strongest person present, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Whoosh! 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 Before Su Yasi could respond to Yu Fengyu, Lu Ji and the others who were standing behind Su Lang stepped forward and stood in a row to protect Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Even Elder Hua, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, had a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Su Lang and the others, even though this was his first time meeting them. Eldest senior sister, you're the only one left. At this moment, Hu Mei turned around and winked at Su Yasi. Su Yasi smiled faintly before she stepped forward and stood in a row to protect Duan Lingtian. She was responding to Yu Fengyu and the others with her actions. Naturally, she would not stand idly by. This is too much. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, said with an unsightly expression on her face as her body trembled in anger. Palace master, in my opinion, Su Lang and Su Yasi are ingrates. Since they want to protect Duan Lingtian, let's annihilate them. Moreover, we have to eliminate them completely. Lei Ying's words were venomous. Su Yasi, with your innate talent, you're destined to go far in the future. Are you really going to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace for a traitor? The profound heaven's celestial emperor looked at Su Yasi with a hint of dread in his eyes. He was not afraid of Su Lang, Su Yasi's father. However, Su Yasi's strength had already surpassed his many years ago. Now, she had definitely left him far behind. If they were to fight one-on-one, Su Yasi would definitely be able to easily defeat him. Su Yasi. At the same time, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, who had remained silent all this while, spoke up one after another. They were Su Yasi seniors, and they had watched her grow up. Although they were amazed by her current achievements, they were also looking forward to seeing how far she would go in the future. After all, they did not want her to go astray. I don't care if he's a traitor or not. Su Yasi looked at the group of titled celestial emperors with an indifferent expression on her face as she said, "All I know is that he's my junior brother. He only returned to the heavenly pool palace to apologize to all of us. No matter who dares to lay a finger on my junior brother, they'll have to go through the chain in my hand first." When Su Yasi's voice fell, a grayish energy appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a chain that was several meters long. The chain looked thick and heavy, but in Su Yasi's hand it seemed to be weightless. Su Yasi, Yu Fengyu finally spoke up. As the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, it was time for him to set a good example. "You're so talented that I even plan to pass the position of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace to you. As long as you don't protect Duan Lingtian today, I promise I'll pass the position of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace to you after 10,000 years." Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, not only were Duan Lingtian, Su Lang, and the others stunned, but even the titled celestial emperors around Yu Fengyu were shocked as well. None of them had expected Yu Fengyu to make such a promise to Su Yasi. "You have to think carefully," Yu Fengyu continued to say. "One wrong step and you'll be doomed. You have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need for you to die here. I know you might not be interested in the position of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. In fact, as long as you work hard, you might even be able to become a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm in the future." Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he thought highly of Su Yasi. "Palace master, please let him go this time," Su Yasi said. Clearly, she was not swayed by Yu Fengyu's words. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned complicated. After all, he had never interacted with his eldest senior sister before, and yet she was willing to go to such lengths for him. "Hua Lao, should we reveal our identities?" Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao through voice transmission. "I think it's about time. There's no need for them to waste their time here." While Duan Lingtian was waiting for Hua Lao's reply, Yu Fengyu's expression darkened. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was furious. "Su Yasi, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us for being ruthless." As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the celestial origin energies of the titled celestial emperors around him surged out of their bodies like balls of flames. "Today, the heavenly pool palace will wipe out Su Lang's faction," Yu Fengyu ordered coldly. "Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader." As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the titled celestial emperors around Yu Fengyu unleashed their celestial origin energy that had been boosted with profundities from the law of heaven. Then they spread out and surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others, glaring at Duan Lingtian and the others. As soon as Yu Fengyu gave the order, they would make their move at lightning speed. "Hua Lao," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Hua Lao. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like gray flames. Faint spatial tears could be seen in his celestial origin energy. "Since the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven isn't here, they're not qualified to ask for our names." After replying to Duan Lingtian, Elder Hua leaped up into the air. His fiery red robe fluttered in the wind as flames ignited on his body. He emitted a scorching aura as though a scorching sun was blooming. "Hua Lao's power," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He discovered that Hua Lao's aura was terrifyingly hot when he used his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire. Could it be that Hua Lao's true form is the three-legged golden crow? The three-legged golden crow possessed the power of the sun. When they were in the mundane realm, Hua Lao had passed on the power of the sun to Duan Lingtian. However, the power of the sun was weak and could not be compared to Hua Lao's true form. "Are you trying to kill my young master?" Hua Lao said as he looked at the merciless, celestial emperor Laying. Without waiting for Laying to regain her senses, he waved his hand. In the next moment, boom, 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 as Elder Hua raised his hand, a 7-storied pagoda flew out of his hand. It emitted a blazing light in the air and immediately flew towards Laying. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Laying's head. "Die!" Elder Hua shouted coldly in front of the crowd. In the next moment, the flames around the 7-story pagoda surged. Then, as Hua Lao pressed his hand down, the pagoda fell like a gigantic mountain. The flames around the pagoda seemed mysterious. Laying instinctively took out her celestial artifact to defend herself against the 7-story pagoda. However, her attack had only just reached the air when it was directly crushed by the 7-story pagoda. The entire process seemed to be effortless. Boom! When the crowd regained their senses after witnessing the 7-story pagoda's power, a loud noise rang in the air. It was the sound of the pagoda destroying Laying's attack. "Be careful!" The group of titled celestial emperors, led by Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, cried out in alarm when they saw this. It did not cross anyone's mind that the old man who had been following behind Duanling Tian like a follower would possess the strength to directly crush Laying. Chapter 30, 383. Laying. The profound heaven celestial emperor was, without a doubt, the closest person to Laying. He was the only titled celestial emperor present who had the chance to help Laying. The profound heaven celestial emperor made his move. A dazzling sword ray rose into the air before it merged with his body and shot toward the 7-story pagoda. Boom! Alas, as soon as Yu Fengyu and the others made their moves, the 7-story pagoda fell again. The profound heaven celestial emperor's full-powered attack collided with the pagoda. Bang! Following an earth-shattering boom, Yu Fengyu and the others saw a scene that shocked them to the core. As the pagoda descended, the profound heaven celestial emperor, who had fused with his sword, was instantly crushed. It was as if his strength couldn't withstand a single blow from the pagoda. That was not all. Swoosh! Even the profound heaven celestial emperor was crushed by the 7-story pagoda's power. Like a watermelon that had fallen into the water from a height of 10,000 meters. His blood splattered everywhere. Even his clothes and hair were gone. Only his Sumeru ring and his immortal sword were left, which had been ejected. The profound heaven celestial emperor, one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, had died just like that. Among all the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, only Yu Fengyu was stronger than the profound heaven celestial emperor. Even the strongest titled celestial emperor, the cold gloom celestial emperor, was only on par with the profound heaven celestial emperor. Moreover, the cold gloom celestial emperor specialized in sneak attacks. If they fought head-on, even the cold gloom celestial emperor might not be a match for the profound heaven celestial emperor. Naturally, Yu Fengyu was the only titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace who was stronger than the profound heaven celestial emperor. Those who were not titled celestial emperors, such as Suyasi, were also stronger than the profound heaven celestial emperor. Boom! Laying stared blankly at the scene of profound heaven immortal emperor being killed. She didn't expect the old man in the red robe to be so powerful. She was not a match for him at all. "Sect Master, save me." When Laying regained her senses, she knew only Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, would be able to save her from the red-clad old man's clutches. Stop! Since the profound heaven celestial emperor had sacrificed his life to fend off the pagoda's attacks, Laying had managed to survive a little longer. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was able to save Laying in time. As for the others, even Yuhan celestial emperor, they stopped moving. When they looked at the red-robed old man again, there was only fear in their eyes. This red-robed old man could easily kill the profound heaven immortal emperor. What was the point of them going up? Perhaps if they went up together, they would still have a chance. However, the death of the profound heaven celestial emperor was too shocking for them. No one was willing to be the first to step forward for fear of following in his footsteps. Whoosh! After all, Yu Fengyu was the strongest person in the heavenly pool palace. Perhaps Su Yixi's strength was on par with him, but his strength was undeniable. However, just as Yu Fengyu was about to make a move, a sword suddenly flew out from the second floor of the pagoda. The sword carried an extremely sharp aura, and it flew towards Yu Fengyu like a hidden weapon. It's the Jasper Celestial Sword. After so many years, Duan Ling Tian finally saw the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword on the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Although these two items were not as good as his Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he could not help but feel excited. The scenes of the past in the mundane realms and the Saint Province realm also flashed through his mind. The Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda had accompanied him for a long time in the mundane realm. As the pagoda's spirit of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao was like an elder to him. Back then, when he thought Hua Lao had died, he was filled with grief. How could Duan Ling Tian not feel excited when he saw the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword again? Swoosh! No one had expected the Jasper Celestial Sword to appear. Even Duan Ling Tian, who was familiar with the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, did not expect the Jasper Celestial Sword to fly out of the pagoda at this moment. Damn it! Although the sudden appearance of the Jasper Celestial Sword did not pose much of a threat to Yu Fengyu, he had no choice but to stop trying to save Lei Ying. Otherwise, even if the sudden appearance of the sword did not kill him, it would have severely injured him. As the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, he was the strongest among the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. If he was severely injured, the battle would be in his favor. Under normal circumstances, he would have considered saving Lei Ying's life at the cost of being severely injured. However, at this moment, there was no need for him to consider it. No. As Lei Ying's mournful and unwilling screams rang out, the pagoda continued to descend, enveloping Lei Ying. Bang! In the next moment, Lei Ying followed in the footsteps of the profound heaven celestial emperor and died. The entire place fell silent. In just a blink of an eye, 2 titled celestial emperors had been killed. Moreover, the 2 titled celestial emperors were quite strong. Who was this red-clad old man? Who are you? Yu Fengyu asked with a grim expression on his face as he looked at the red-clad old man. At this moment, the old man raised his hand and the 7-story pagoda flew back into his hand. It turned back into Ling Long and was casually held in his hand. You don't deserve to know who I am. Hua Lao glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently. Yu Fengyu's expression turned even more unsightly. However, he did not dare to act recklessly. Based on the red-clad old man's strength, he knew he was no match for the red-clad old man. Even if he made a move, he would only embarrass himself. Even if Su Lang and his daughter did not make a move, the remaining titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace might not be able to defeat the red-clad old man, let alone Su Lang and his daughter. Don't you think your words are a little too harsh? Yu Fengyu said in a deep voice. Do you know that my grandfather is the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven? Ha! Hua Lao looked at Yu Fengyu and chuckled. If I didn't know your grandfather is the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, do you think you'd be able to survive? Do you think I can't kill you because I'm focused on that woman? As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Yu Fengyu's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the red-clad old man to know his grandfather was the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. However, since Yu Fengyu knew Yu Fengyu's grandfather, why would he still help Duan Lingtian? Did he not know Duan Lingtian had not only offended the heavenly pool palace, but he had also offended Yu Fengyu's grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven? However, when Yu Fengyu recalled he had already sent a message to his grandfather, and his grandfather had said he would come over immediately, he felt much more at ease. I'd like to see if this old man still dares to act so arrogantly when grandfather arrives. Although the red-clad old man was strong, he was still far from being a match for Yu Fengyu's grandfather. Little junior brother, who's this person? I thought he was just a servant when he followed you around like a lackey. I didn't expect him to be so strong. It's obvious he's stronger than our palace master. Now, our palace master doesn't even dare to make a move. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, sent a voice transmission to him through voice transmission. After a while, a few voice transmissions entered his ears one after another. It was none other than his other senior brothers and senior sisters who were asking him who Elder Huo was. Among them, who may even said she thought she was doomed today. She did not expect Duan Lingtian, her little junior brother, to have such a trump card. At this moment, even Su Lang and Su Yisi were shocked when they looked at Huolao. Sir, my grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, will be here soon. Yu Fengyu looked at Huolao and said in a deep voice, I advise you to stay and give him an explanation. If you leave, you'll offend my grandfather. Are you really going to make an enemy out of my grandfather for a brat? I forgot to tell you that Duan Lingtian has not only offended the heavenly pool palace, but he has also offended the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, my grandfather. He released one of my grandfather's prisoners in the heavenly pool palace's prison. My grandfather was so furious that he even said he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands. Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he wanted to use his grandfather to pressure Huolao so Huolao would retreat. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, Su Lang and Su Yisi's expressions changed slightly. Then they sent voice transmissions to urge Duan Lingtian to leave. Otherwise, once the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven arrived, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. This was the best time for him to leave. Teacher, it's all right. Eldest senior sister, it's good that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is here. This matter has to be resolved. Once it's resolved, it won't be a problem for both of you. Duan Lingtian sent voice transmissions to Su Lang and Su Yisi respectively. He was not in a hurry to leave today. If he left now, he would definitely cause trouble for Su Lang, Su Yisi, and his other senior brothers and senior sisters. This was not something he wanted to see. Su Lang grew anxious upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply. However, no matter how Su Lang tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian showed no signs of leaving. He only told Su Lang not to worry. On the other hand, Su Yisi looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. She felt her little junior brother was unfathomable. Based on the current situation, he seemed to be very confident. Where did he get his confidence from? His opponent was the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, not a nobody. Little junior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's other senior brothers and senior sisters were also sending voice transmissions to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave. Chapter 30, 384. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was called Shui Hongyu. Although his name sounded like a woman's, he was in fact a man. In the beginning, Shui Hongyu was just a seckless cultivator. Apart from his hard work, he had also relied on luck to reach where he was today. After all, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters to reach where he was today. Due to his limited innate talent and comprehension skills, it was extremely difficult for him to advance further. For this reason, Xue Hongyu often visited the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms to establish connections with the other heavenly emperors. With this, if anyone wanted to replace him as the new heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, they would not dare to act recklessly. Duan Lingtian is here again. Previously, when Xue Hongyu heard from his grandson that the titled celestial emperor he had imprisoned in the heavenly pool palace's thousand chains prison had been released, he was naturally furious. Although he had almost forgotten about Duan Lingtian, the fact that someone had released the person he had imprisoned was tantamount to provoking him. However, due to Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons, there was nothing he could do since his target had already left. If Ji Yunyan was only the Great Elder of the Dragon Tribe and had no other identity, even if Xue Hongyu didn't kill him, he definitely would have taught him a lesson. He wouldn't have let him leave after a few polite words. Apart from being the Grand Elder of the Dragons, Ji Yunyan was also a direct descendant of the Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm. Since Ji Yunyan's direct descendant was much stronger than him, Xue Hongyu had gone to great lengths to befriend Ji Yunyan. It was not easy for him to befriend Ji Yunyan's direct descendant. Naturally, he would not offend Ji Yunyan over something like that. Due to his friendship with Ji Yunyan's direct descendant, Xue Hongyu knew how important Ji Yunyan was to Ji Yunyan. Previously, you had Ji Yunyan's help. Now that Ji Yunyan isn't here, I'd like to see who's going to save you. Previously, Xue Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, had felt extremely wronged due to Ji Yunyan's presence. Now that he learned that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace with someone who was stronger than his grandson, Xue Hongyu, he was furious. His first thought was to go and settle old scores with the other party. So what if the people you brought are strong? Don't tell me that you can contend against me. Although Xue Hongyu was the weakest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms, he was confident he could defeat titled celestial emperors. No matter how useless he was still a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. The heavenly emperors of Devata realms were usually at the top of the ranks of titled celestial emperors. They were ranked at the top of the ranks of titled celestial emperors. We're here. Soon after, the Heavenly Pool Palace appeared in front of Xue Hongyu. This was the second time he had come to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the past 1,000 years. The last time he came, it was also because of that guy named Duan Lingtian. It was the same this time. Inside the Heavenly Pool Palace, other than Su Yixi, everyone else felt that Duan Lingtian was too stubborn. If he didn't leave now, when the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor arrived, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, no matter how many times they tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian refused to listen to them. He only told them not to worry and that he would be fine. How could they not worry? In the end, they could only give up and stand at the side anxiously. He's here. At this moment, Hualao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, suddenly raised his head and muttered to himself, "He's here!" In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Hualao. It was an old man dressed in a long silver robe. The old man had a medium build, and his silver robe was embroidered with gold. He had long hair that cascaded down his back like a waterfall. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s at most. However, at this moment he had white hair and white brows, making him look like an immortal. Feng Yu greets grandfather. As soon as the silver-clad old man appeared, Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, bowed and greeted him. The group of titled celestial emperors standing next to Feng Yu followed suit. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." At the same time, two figures appeared behind the silver-robed old man. They were an old man and an old woman. They stood respectfully behind the silver-robed old man as though they were his subordinates. They were none other than Xue Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. They were the two strongest titled celestial emperors under the silver-robed old man. Both of them were stronger than Feng Yu. However, even if they joined forces, they were still no match for Xue Hongyu. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven? Xue Hongyu? Duan Lingtian turned to look at the silver-robed old man. He had learned from Hua Lao that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was Xue Hongyu. Lord Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, even Su Lang bowed to Xue Hongyu with a solemn expression. His disciples followed suit and bowed as well. Su Yasi was the only one who remained motionless. It's over. It's over. It's over for little junior brother. Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's sixth senior brother, said anxiously. A hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He could not figure out why little junior brother was so stubborn. Why didn't he leave when he had the chance to? Hong Fei was not the only one. Even Su Lang's disciples and Su Lang himself had a grim expression on their faces. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had arrived. After all, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was in control. Su Lang, Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, looked at Su Lang and said in a deep voice, Feng Yu has told me about you. Are you planning to betray the heavenly pool palace? Xue Hongyu's eyes were filled with hostility as soon as he finished speaking. Lord Heavenly Emperor, I have no such intention. Su Lang hastily waved his hand and shook his head. I just want to see my seventh disciple leave the heavenly pool palace. Humph. Xue Hongyu snorted coldly, causing Su Lang's face to turn pale. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua, who were standing nearby. Lord Heavenly Emperor, he's Duan Lingtian. The smoky wave celestial emperor stepped forward and pointed at Duan Lingtian as he said to Xue Hongyu, he's the one who released the prisoners in the heavenly pool palace's 1,000 chains prison and Pei Yuanji. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, stepped forward and said to Xue Hongyu, Lord Heavenly Emperor, this is not the first time Duan Lingtian has released your prisoners and challenged your authority. Even this time he still ordered others to kill 2 of our titled celestial emperors. The profound heaven celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor were killed by his men. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please punish this person and his men. Gu Changjiang bowed and pleaded with Xue Hongyu. Grandfather, this person knows you're my grandfather, but he didn't show any mercy. He doesn't give you any face at all, grandfather. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, stepped forward and added fuel to the fire. Initially, he did not have much confidence in dealing with the red-clad old man. However, now that his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, was here, he was filled with confidence. In his opinion, as long as his grandfather made a move, even 10 red-clad old men would die, let alone 1. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Su Lang's expression changed drastically. He stepped forward and bowed to Xue Hongyu as he said, My disciple and the senior beside him didn't attack without reason. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter. Su Lang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter. Su Lang's disciples, except for Su Yasi, bowed and said to Xue Hongyu, Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter. In their opinion, Su Lang's death was inevitable. If the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was angered, their little junior brother would definitely die. At this moment, they no longer wondered why their little junior brother did not leave and insisted on waiting for the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven to arrive. They only hoped that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would show mercy and not kill their little junior brother. Lord Xue Hongyu, we meet again. Everyone's attention was focused on Xue Hongyu when Hua Lao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, spoke. Hua Lao looked at Xue Hongyu indifferently. Although he addressed Xue Hongyu as Lord, his tone was not respectful at all. Yu Fengyu and the others were shocked when they heard Hua Lao's words. They did not expect the red-clad old man to know the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Yu Fengyu, in particular, had a bad feeling about this. Wire Hua Lao, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, who was also paying attention to Hua Lao, finally regained his senses when he heard Hua Lao's words. I didn't expect Lord Shui Hongyu to remember me. I'm flattered. Hua Lao smiled faintly. Haha. Shui Hongyu laughed heartily. He looked at Hua Lao as though he was looking at an old friend. Hua Lao, don't say that. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that I didn't make a fool of myself last time. It's all in the past. Hua Lao shook his head. Grandfather, why you know him? Yu Fengyu asked Shui Hongyu with a trembling voice. The other titled celestial emperors standing next to Yu Fengyu, including the Cold Gloom celestial emperor, the Cloud Zither celestial emperor, the Martial Dragon celestial emperor, and the Smoke Wave celestial emperor, were also looking at Shui Hongyu. Even Su Yixi, let alone Su Lang and his 5 disciples, were looking at Yu Fengyu curiously. When Su Lang and his 5 other disciples saw Shui Hongyu greet the red-robed old man warmly, their eyes fell on Shui Hongyu. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief when they recalled Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Based on the current situation, it was clear that Shui Hongyu was not an ordinary person. Moreover, it was clear that Shui Hongyu and Hua Lao were close friends. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 30, 385. Fengyu, this is Hua Lao. He's a subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Although he doesn't have a title, his strength is comparable to the heavenly savage, celestial emperor, Meng Luo. Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, answered his grandson's question. Previously, when Shui Hongyu had gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate Feng Qingyang on regaining control of the solitary destructive heaven, there were other heavenly emperors present as well. A few heavenly emperors who were on bad terms with Shui Hongyu had tried to make things difficult for Shui Hongyu. At that time, Hua Lao had stepped in to help Shui Hongyu. Although Hua Lao was not as strong as Shui Hongyu and the other heavenly emperors, he was still a subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the Feng Qingyang. Since Hua Lao had intervened, the heavenly emperors who tried to make things difficult for Shui Hongyu did not continue to make things difficult for Shui Hongyu. Shui Hongyu would never forget their kindness. At his level of cultivation, there were many things that he didn't care about. However, the only thing he couldn't lose was his face and dignity. What? A subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. The titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, including Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, were stunned when they heard Shui Hongyu's words. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Due to Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, they knew how terrifying Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was. Although Feng Qingyang was considered young among the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, his strength was enough to rank in the top 10 or even top 5 on the heavenly emperor ranking. Some even suspected that he had already attained godhood. If it was confirmed that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had attained godhood, he would definitely rank in the top 3 on the heavenly emperor ranking. After all, not many heavenly emperors in the Devata realms had attained godhood. Most of them were still 10 directions celestial emperors, but the profundities they had comprehended were extremely powerful. A subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Even Su Lang and his disciples were shocked by Shui Hongyu's words. They did not expect the old man standing behind Duan Ling Tian to be a subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was a famous figure in the Devata realms. Naturally, they were familiar with his name as well. Junior brother, how did you get involved with the celestial emperors under the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Oh, Hu Fei's Tu Zez. Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, asked as he looked at Elder Hua. He had just received a message from Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, that Elder Hua had come with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was Shui Hongyu's target this time. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he wanted to kill, would be with Hua Lao of the solitary destructive heaven. Of course, Shui Hongyu owed Hua Lao a favor. However, it was impossible for him to spare Duan Lingtian out of consideration for Duan Lingtian's favor. However, when Shui Hongyu heard Hua Lao accompanied Duan Lingtian to the solitary destructive heaven like a follower, he could not help but feel something was amiss. Who was it that Hua Lao followed Duan Lingtian like a follower? Even in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, only Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would receive such treatment. Even Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who is slightly stronger than Hua Lao in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, would not receive such treatment from Hua Lao, while Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, stared at Hua Lao. The others, including Yu Fengyu, Su Lang, and the others, were all looking at Hua Lao. Hua Lao said indifferently, "He's the true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Only a series of heavy breathing could be heard. Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a true disciple. There are many nominal disciples, ordinary disciples, and direct disciples. However, in the Devata realms, there was only one true disciple. It was similar to the last disciple. Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Fire. Hua Lao, is what you said true? Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Hua Lao suspiciously as he asked, "Are you trying to protect Duan Lingtian?" On purpose? Hua Lao sneered. "Why don't you ask your grandfather and see if I'm joking? The heavenly emperor cannot be mocked or humiliated. No one dares to make fun of the heavenly emperor or insult an immortal emperor." Shui Hongyu said in a deep voice. Other people might still have doubts, but he completely believed Hua Lao's words because Hua Lao would never joke about such things. Yu Fengyu fell silent when he heard Shui Hongyu's words. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He knew very well. When Hua Lao said Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he and the heavenly pool palace could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. In fact, they even had to treat Duan Lingtian with respect and pray that Duan Lingtian would not bring up the past. Apart from the heavenly pool palace, even his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, would not harbor any ill intentions toward Duan Lingtian. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary heavenly emperor. However, even his grandfather had to curry favor with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Previously, when the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had returned to the Azure Hell, his grandfather had even gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate him. No, impossible. How's this possible? Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, cried out in disbelief. At this moment, he was not the only one who was in disbelief. The smoke wave celestial emperor was also in disbelief. The cold gloom celestial emperor and the cloud platform celestial emperor were also shocked out of their wits. Little junior brother is the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Is this true? Hong Fei's breathing quickened. No wonder little junior brother was so confident earlier. Why didn't he tell me earlier? I was worried for nothing. Hu Mei grumbled in a low voice as she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a hint of resentment in her eyes. At this moment, Su Lang sighed in relief. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would become the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. As for Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters, they sighed in relief as well. Su Yisi, the eldest senior sister, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of excitement in her eyes. So this is little junior brother's strength. I didn't expect he would be able to defeat the heavenly emperor of Feng Qingyang. Even Master can't stop praising heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, Zhang Xian said. Su Yisi thought to herself, Lao, in my opinion, this is all a misunderstanding. Shuehong, you looked at Lao with a smile on his face. Although he was here to kill Duan Lingtian this time, he had no choice but to come here. However, now that he knew Duan Lingtian's identity, he did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian even if he was given 10 more guts. Unless he was prepared to give up his position as the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and hide in a remote place for the rest of his life. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian died, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would not let the matter rest. If the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had really attained godhood, killing Duan Lingtian would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had not attained godhood, Duan Lingtian was no match for him. Misunderstanding. Lao looked at Shuehongyu deeply before he turned to look at Yufengyu and the others. These people wanted to kill my young master earlier. Lord Shuehongyu, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to say it's a misunderstanding? Shuehongyu's expression changed slightly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Young master, what do you think? Lao asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Shuehongyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Junior nephew Duan, it's our first meeting, so I didn't prepare a gift for you. I'll make it up to you the next time I visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Shuehongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, smiled at Duan Lingtian as though he had forgotten all the things Duan Lingtian had done to him. There's no need for a gift. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he pointed at the 2 titled celestial emperors standing next to Yufengyu. Both of them can't wait to kill me. Of course, heavenly Emperor Shui. Your grandson also wishes he could kill me. However, seeing that he's your grandson, I won't pursue the matter. However, these 2 aren't related to you by blood, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Shuehongyu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was using a chicken feather as a token of authority. The 2 titled celestial emperors were none other than the martial dragon celestial emperor and the smoke wave celestial emperor. Both of them had a conflict with Duan Lingtian since a long time ago. Earlier, they were the ones who made the most noise when Yufengyu wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the 2 female titled celestial emperors, the Cold Gloom celestial emperor and the Cloud Platform celestial emperor, had not said anything since the beginning. They had only followed Yufengyu's orders. The martial dragon celestial emperor and the smoke wave celestial emperor's expressions changed drastically. They looked at Shuehongyu fearfully, afraid that Shuehongyu would attack them. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Shuehongyu was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly without looking at them. Duan Lingtian, don't cross the line. Yufengyu said in a deep voice as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Heavenly Emperor Shui. Duan Lingtian looked at Shuehongyu and spread his hands before he said helplessly, You've seen your grandson's attitude as well? He can't escape death, but he can't avoid punishment. Why don't you slap him twice to resolve the conflict between us? No. Just as Yufengyu was about to say something, he was interrupted by a loud slap. Shuehongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, had raised his hand and slapped Yu Fengyu twice, causing his cheeks to swell. Gee, grandfather. Yu Fengyu was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor and the smoke wave Celestial Emperor, who were targeted by Xue Hongyu, fell to their knees in unison. Their bodies trembled as they begged, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, please spare our lives! Lord Heavenly Emperor, please spare our lives!" Chapter 30, 386. Bang! Bang! With just a glance, Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, killed the martial dragon Celestial Emperor and the smoke wave Celestial Emperor. Since the martial dragon Celestial Emperor and the smoke wave Celestial Emperor were focused on Xue Hongyu, they thought Xue Hongyu would personally kill them. Naturally, it was useless even if they were wary. The two titled Celestial Emperors were the strongest subordinates of Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Naturally, they were not a match for them. Yu Fengyu's face paled when he saw this. However, he did not say anything in the end. After all, Xue Hongyu's warning rang in his ears. Do you know what it means to be a true disciple of Feng Qingyang? Feng Qingyang has never accepted an official disciple before. Even if it's just a nominal disciple, there are only a few of them. Duan Lingtian has no intention of killing you today. It's only because you're my grandson that he doesn't want to fall out with me. If you continue to be stubborn, even I won't be able to protect you when Feng Qingyang interferes with this matter. Xue Hongyu's words were clear. If Yu Fengyu continued to be stubborn, even your grandfather wouldn't be able to save you. Under such circumstances, Yu Fengyu was completely silent. Junior nephew Duan, are you satisfied? Xue Hongyu asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. With Duan Lingtian's current status, even if Duan Lingtian killed all of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he would not say anything and would only smile at Duan Lingtian, let alone the two titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for Duan Lingtian releasing Pei Yuanji, a titled Celestial Emperor whom he had imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison, it was not worth mentioning at all. He had only done that because he wanted to avenge his grandson. Pei Yuanji had nothing to do with him. To him, Pei Yuanji was just an insignificant person. Many thanks, Xue Tiendi. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, apart from his teacher, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, he wanted to kill all of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Yu Fengyu. However, he knew he was not strong enough to kill Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even though Xue Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, was wary of his master, Feng Qingyang, whom he had yet to meet, as long as his master, Feng Qingyang, did not appear, it would be harder for him to kill his own family than to reach the heavens. He didn't have the face to do so. Because of this, he didn't ask Xue Hongyu to kill Yu Fengyu. He knew that even if he asked Xue Hongyu to kill Yu Fengyu, Xue Hongyu wouldn't do it. No matter what, Yu Fengyu was still his grandson. Junior nephew Duan, would you like to visit my heavenly palace? Xue Hongyu smiled as he asked Duan Lingtian. He was extremely warm and courteous, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was like a kind and amiable senior looking at a promising junior. Heavenly Emperor Xue, I'll definitely visit you when I'm free. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I can't leave. Duan Lingtian declined politely. All right. Xue Hongyu nodded. You can visit the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven after you're done with your matters. Since there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Xue Hongyu bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Huolao before he left with the two titled Celestial Emperors. As for Yu Fengyu, he left as well. Initially, Xue Hongyu had planned to ask his grandson to apologize to Duan Lingtian. However, when he saw the resentment in Yu Fengyu's eyes, he decided against it. After all, he knew his grandson's temper very well. If he continued to force his grandson to apologize, he might drive his grandson crazy. After Xue Hongyu left, the cold gloom Celestial Emperor and the cloud zither Celestial Emperor looked at each other awkwardly before they bowed at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, thank you for letting us go. They were very clear in their hearts. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, would immediately send someone to kill them. They were only spared because Duan Lingtian had no intention of killing them. There's no enmity between us. You are only acting on orders. I have no reason to kill you. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Little junior brother. At this moment, Hong Fei charged forward and threw a punch at Duan Lingtian's chest. You're really good at hiding your strength. I thought I'd die with you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you know I have a weak heart? Hong Fei said with a grin on his face. He did not care about Duan Lingtian's identity at all. Little junior brother, you've really hidden your strength from us, Hu Mei said with a bitter smile on her face. Although Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters did not say anything, they looked at him with complicated expressions on their faces. Teacher, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and said with a faint smile on his face, after what happened today, I'm afraid it'll be awkward for all of you to stay in the heavenly pool palace. Why don't you follow me to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Earlier, Duan Lingtian had asked Hua Lao if it was convenient for him to bring Su Lang and the others to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, if Su Lang and the others followed him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he would have to bring the friends and family of Su Lang's disciples with him as well. He could not possibly leave them alone in the heavenly pool palace, right? Hua Lao's original words were, Duan Lingtian's disciples are all here. Most of the titled celestial emperors' family members were present in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Some titled celestial emperors had more family members than Su Lang. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could bring Su Lang and the others to the heavenly pool palace. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Fei, Hu Mei, and the others turned to look at Su Lang with anticipation in their eyes. They knew it was better to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven than to stay in the heavenly pool palace. The heavenly pool palace could not compare to the environment and conditions in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was a legendary celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Xue Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, had become famous earlier than Duan Lingtian, Xue Hongyu's reputation was far behind Duan Lingtian's. Otherwise, why would Xue Hongyu be so wary of him? Forget it. Su Lang shook his head. I'm used to staying in the heavenly pool palace. I don't like to move around. Moreover, with you, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, there's nothing the palace master can do to me even if he's displeased with me. He's a smart person. He won't do anything to me. Moreover, there aren't many titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace now. If he had a choice, he'd definitely want me to stay. Since your matter has been resolved, there's nothing he can do even if he's unwilling. For this reason, it's time to put an end to this matter. Su Lang said. At the same time, Su Lang looked at his disciples who were looking at him expectantly and said, If you're interested in following your little junior brother to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll respect your decision. After all, the heavenly pool palace can't compare to the environment and conditions in the heavenly pool palace. Su Lang said, Teacher, if you're going, I'll definitely follow you. Since you're not going, I'll stay in the heavenly pool palace. Hong Fei said with a smile. The others had similar thoughts as well. Upon seeing Su Lang's insistence, Duan Lingtian did not insist. Teacher, I'll come back often to visit you and the other senior brothers and senior sisters. Old Seventh, it's enough that you have the heart. Su Lang looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. He did not expect his daughter and his seventh disciple would have such a fortuitous encounter. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, might not be as strong as his daughter's master. However, Feng Qingyang's potential was definitely greater than his daughter's master. As long as Feng Qingyang was given enough time, he would definitely surpass his master. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After bidding farewell to Su Lang, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Su Yishur and the others before he left with Hulao. Su Lang's disciples only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian and Elder with silhouettes disappearing before their eyes. Apart from Su Yishur, the others felt as though they were dreaming. Their little junior brother had become the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? How was this not a dream? Su Lang, the cold gloom celestial emperor, and the cloud zither celestial emperor said to Su Lang before they left, "If the palace master tries to make things difficult for you, we won't stand by and do nothing. If he insists on making things difficult for you, we'll help you even if we have to leave the heavenly pool palace." It was clear the two titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace owed Duan Lingtian a favor for sparing their lives. After leaving the boundless heaven, Duan Lingtian headed to the 10,000 beasts heaven. He sent out communication celestial talismans one after another. After all, 99% of the people in the 10,000 beasts heaven were celestial beasts. There were very few humans in the 10,000 beasts heaven. "Little Gold, it's about time to send you back. Do you want to go back?" Duan Lingtian asked Little Gold, who was in his little world. "Brother Lingtian, don't you want me any more?" Little Gold asked pitifully, "What are you talking about? Why would Brother Lingtian abandon you?" Duan Lingtian was speechless. What was this little girl up to again? Hee hee. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Little Gold giggled. "Since Brother Lingtian wants me, let me cultivate in your little world." Cultivating in Brother Lingtian's little world is much better than cultivating in Blood Moon Ridge. It won't be too late for me to return to Blood Moon Ridge after I become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor and am no longer afraid of my enemies in Blood Moon Ridge. Humph. When the time comes, I'll definitely make them look at me in a different light. Chapter 3387. It was clear Little Gold did not want to return to Blood Moon Ridge at all. Even if you don't want to return, you should at least inform the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, right? Otherwise, he might think I've abducted you. Duan Lingtian said helplessly. "All right, I'll let the Mountain Master know. I'll also let the Great Elder know." Then she left Duan Lingtian's little world and hurried to inform the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge. "It's done." After a few moments, Little Gold returned to her senses and smiled at Duan Lingtian. "That's it." Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Little Gold's words would go so smoothly. "I told the Ridge Master that you're the true disciple of Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If he doesn't believe me, he can ask the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." Little Gold laughed and said, "After he believes me, he's relieved that I'm in the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He even told me to look for Senior Feng Qingyang more often so that he could give me some pointers." "You're really smart." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He did not expect Little Gold to use Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met before, as a shield. Although Blood Moon Ridge was a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, it was not an ordinary heaven-grade force. However, even in the eyes of the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, Senior Feng Qingyang was an unreachable figure. Therefore, the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge was more than happy to see Little Gold befriend Feng Qingyang. Little Black and Little White didn't reply to my message. Did they go to the solitary destructive heaven? Little Gold continued to say, Brother Ling Tian, why don't we make a trip to the solitary destructive heaven and see if Little Black and Little White are there? As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Abruptly, and his face couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. Father. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard his daughter, Duan Siling's voice. Father, it's a message from grandfather. He said, he's in the Qilin clan. Naturally, the grandfather Duan Siling referred to was Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rafeng. Father. Hearing Duan Lingtian's cry of surprise, Xiao Jin couldn't help but be startled. Brother Lingtian, is there news about Uncle Ru Feng? Little Gold, do you know the Kirin clan? Duan Lingtian looked at Little Gold and asked in an anxious tone. Anyone would be able to hear the excitement in Duan Lingtian's voice. Kirin clan. Little Gold frowned. Brother, you're not trying to say Uncle Ru Feng is in the Qilin clan, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Si Ling just told me that she received a message from her grandfather. Her grandfather said he's in the Qilin clan. Although Duan Lingtian could send messages through his father, Duan Rafeng and the other soul pearls, he did not have a soul pearl. His father, Duan Rafeng, and the others did not have his soul pearl. Therefore, they could not reply even if they received his message. However, even if Duan Rafeng and the others did not have Duan Lingtian soul pearls, it did not mean they did not have Duan Siling or Feng Tianwu's soul pearls. Previously, they had exchanged soul pearls in the divine offering land. Duan Siling had a soul pearl, and the person with the soul pearl would also have Duan Siling's soul pearl. As long as they were in the same realm, Duan Siling would be able to communicate with them. Ask Uncle Ru Feng why he's in the Qilin clan. Little Gold's expression turned grave as she looked at Duan Lingtian. All right. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He suppressed his emotions and sent a message to his father, Duan Rafeng again. Father, why are you in the Qilin clan? What's your situation in the Qilin clan? Is it safe? A hint of anxiety could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice. After all, this was the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, a place where celestial beasts gathered. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought his father, mother, Li Ro, wife, Li Fei, and son, Duan Rafeng, would not be in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He did not expect his father, Duan Rafeng, to be in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Father, tell Si Ling about your current situation. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Duan Rafeng. Si Ling, when your grandfather sends you a message, tell me his exact words. Duan Lingtian said to Duan Si Ling, all right. However, Duan Si Ling remained silent for a long time. This made Duan Lingtian anxious. Si Ling, your grandfather still hasn't sent you a message? Huh. He has. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. He wondered what his father had said to Si Ling for her to be so distracted. What did your grandfather say? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously. Father, grandfather said, he's doing well. He's not in any danger. Si Ling replied, he's safe. Father said he's safe. Duan Lingtian immediately relayed the message to Little Gold. When Little Gold heard this, her solemn expression relaxed slightly. That's good. That's good. Little Gold, why do you seem so nervous when you hear about the Qilin clan? Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. Brother Lingtian, don't tell me you don't know that the current heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is a powerhouse from the Qilin clan? Little Gold asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. I didn't know about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. The heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was a powerhouse from the Qilin clan? He knew very well what this meant. This meant the Qilin clan and the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven were one entity. This was different from the relationship between the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven and the heavenly pool palace of the boundless heaven. The heavenly pool palace was related to the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. On the other hand, the Qilin clan was related to the master of the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Qilin clan is the overlord of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Although the dragons are strong, they don't dare to offend the Qilin clan. Little Gold sighed. As for the Blood Moon Ridge, we can't compare to the Qilin clan at all. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is a divine beast of the Qilin clan, the Chaos Qilin. It said that the Chaos Qilin was born with the Chaos Divine Flame, one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, it said that the Chaos Divine Flame born with the Chaos Qilin is not an ordinary Chaos Divine Flame. Little Gold's expression turned solemn as she spoke. The heavenly emperor of the Wanshou Heaven was ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly emperor ranking many years ago. I'm sure he's even stronger now. Duan Lingtian nodded. A Chaos Qilin? A Chaos Divine Flame? Isn't it just a low-level Chaos Divine Flame? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. How can a Chaos Qilin grow so strong under such circumstances? Based on what I know, even the gods in the realms of gods would be tempted by the 5 divine elements. Not many people in the Devata realms are a match for the Chaos Qilin. However, I'm sure there are many people in the realms of gods who are capable of killing him and seizing the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, right? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what puzzled him the most. Back when he had entered the Purgatory realm, no matter who it was, whether they were from a heaven-grade force or a heavenly palace, as long as they possessed the 5 divine elements, they would cover their identities tightly. In the Purgatory battlefield, the turquoise-water divine tiger from the White Tiger clan had revealed its identity because it thought it was strong enough to kill Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, let alone the Purgatory battlefield where celestial lords gathered. Under normal circumstances, even the strongest celestial emperor who possessed the 5 divine elements would not dare to reveal their identities in the 9 Serenities battlefield where celestial emperors were gathered. If they revealed their identities, they would be hunted down by the gods from the realms of gods. The 5 divine elements were enough to drive even the gods in the realms of gods crazy. Brother Lingtian, you're right. However, what if I told you one of the strongest powerhouses in this world is from the Qilin clan? Little Gold asked. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked by Little Gold's words. On the other hand, Hualao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, remained calm, even though he heard Little Gold's words. Hualao, you've known about this for a long time? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw Hualao was not surprised. Yes, Hualao nodded. I've heard about it from Lord Heavenly Emperor. I didn't expect this. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. He did not expect the Qilin clan, where his father, Duan Rafeng, was from, would have such a strong foundation. The Qilin clan was, without a doubt, the strongest force Duan Lingtian had ever encountered. The dragons and Blood Moon Ridge were nothing compared to the Qilin clan. Even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to the Qilin clan unless the Qilin clan had a powerful backer. The Qilin clan had a powerful backer. The Qilin clan was like a cheat-like existence in the Devata realms. It said that the Chaos Qilin of the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is born with a high-grade Chaos Divine Flame because of the Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse, Little Gold said. Moreover, the Qilin clan in Wanshou Heaven isn't all of the Qilin clan. It said that there are many Qilin clansmen in the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. At the same time, he became even more curious. How did his father, Duan Rafeng, end up in the Qilin clan? Xiling, did grandfather tell you why he's in the Qilin clan? Duan Lingtian asked again. Father. Duan Xiling hesitated for a moment before she finally said, Grandfather, he's imprisoned. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. What? His father, Duan Rafeng, was imprisoned by the Qilin clan? At this moment, not only Duan Lingtian but even Little Gold's expression had changed completely. Elder Hu's expression had also turned extremely solemn at this moment. Chapter 30, 388. Xiling, Duan Lingtian asked his daughter solemnly, Did grandfather say why he's imprisoned? Since he can send you a message through your soul orb, it means that his storage ring is still in his hands and has not been taken away. If the spatial ring was still with him, it meant his situation was not too bad. Otherwise, even if he was unwilling to remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring, the Qilin clan would not allow him to keep the spatial ring to prevent him from contacting the outside world. Naturally, there was another possibility. The Qilin clan did not care about Duan Rufeng's spatial ring at all. They did not care if her father used the soul pearl in his spatial ring to send messages to the outside world. After all, the Qilin clan was a powerful force that stood at the top of the Devata realms. Father, although grandfather is imprisoned, it's only house arrest. He's not allowed to leave the Qilin clan's territory, and there's someone guarding him, Duan Lingxi said. Grandfather said he's eating and sleeping well, and he doesn't lack cultivation resources. However, the Qilin clan doesn't allow him to leave. Duan Lingtian was even more confused when he heard Duan Xiling's words. What's going on? Did your grandfather tell you in detail? Grandfather said. Duan Lingxi paused for a moment. Duan Xiling paused for a moment before she said in a strange tone, after he ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven, the daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a fancy to him. He was almost killed when he ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven. However, the daughter of the elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to him and saved him. Then, she brought him back to the Qilin clan. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Xiling's words. The daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to his father? She even brought him back to the Qilin clan? Moreover, his father had ascended to the 10,000 show heaven? Was it not impossible for humans to ascend to the 10,000 show heaven? That's right. Now that the planes of gods have collided, the planar battlefield has opened, and the Tartarus battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield have opened as well to a certain extent. This has affected the normal ascension process. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Back then, I should have ascended to the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, due to the realms of gods colliding once every 10,000 years, I ended up in the spirit overarching heaven instead. Come to think of it, Father's situation is the same as mine. However, humans who ascend to Wancho Heaven are usually killed by the immortal beasts of Wancho Heaven. After all, the 10,000 beasts heaven is a Devata realm that rejects humans. Looking at it now, it's fortunate that the elder of the Qilin clan took a fancy to Father and saved Father. Otherwise, Father would have died without a doubt. In fact, if she had only saved Father, he would have had a slim chance of survival in Wancho Heaven. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was filled with gratitude towards the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder. As for house arrest was a good choice. If the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder did not bring his father to the Qilin clan and put him under house arrest, he did not know if his father would still be alive in the 10,000 beasts heaven. I didn't expect Father to have such a rotten peach blossom in the 10,000 beasts heaven after leaving Mother. Duan Lingtian smiled as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Brother Lingtian. since Duan Lingtian had been talking to Duan Si Ling through voice transmission earlier. Neither Little Gold nor Hua Lao heard his words. "Little Gold, it's fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile, "Your Uncle Ru Feng is only under house arrest." "House arrest?" Little Gold frowned. "Brother Lingtian is under house arrest? How can you say it's fine? The Qilin clan is the overlord of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the dragons were considered powerful. However, they were still inferior to the Qilin clan. Why? It was because the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. As for the dragons, it was said that there was a supreme powerhouse in the long history of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. However, that supreme powerhouse had fallen in the end. At that time, when the supreme powerhouse was still alive, the status of the dragons in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was not inferior to the Qilin clan. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was the Devata realm that had produced the most supreme powerhouses in the history of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. Then he told Little Gold everything his father had said to his daughter through voice transmission. Little Gold was dumbfounded. After a long while, she finally regained her senses. She sighed in relief. "I thought Uncle Ru Feng came to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven later. I didn't expect him to ascend to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Only 1 in 100 humans who ascend to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven can survive. Uncle Ru Feng is really lucky. The daughter of the Qilin clan's elder has taken a liking to Uncle Ru Feng. It seems like Uncle Ru Feng is really attractive. I wonder what Aunt Ro will think if she finds out about this. However, Aunt Ro is separated from Uncle Ru Feng?" Little Gold paused for a moment before she instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. Sure enough, Duan Lingtian's expression had turned solemn. She hurriedly comforted him. "Brother Lingtian, don't worry. Aunt Ro will definitely be saved." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Little Gold and asked, "Little Gold, how do I get to the Qilin clan?" Although his father, Duan Rafeng, was under house arrest, he was doing quite well. However, he still planned to bring his father away. As for the daughter of the Qilin clan's elder, it should not be a problem for her to ask Hua Lao to negotiate with him. After all, Hua Lao was supported by his master, the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. "Hua Lao." Duan Lingtian looked at Hua Lao and told him about the Qilin clan's location. Hua Lao frowned slightly. The Qilin clan is different from ordinary heaven-grade forces. Although I've been with Lord Heavenly Emperor for some time, I rarely appear in public. The patriarch of the Qilin clan doesn't recognize me, let alone the Heavenly Emperor of the Wanshou Heaven. In fact, I haven't even met the Qilin clan's elder. I'll return to the solitary destructive heaven and ask Brother Meng Luo. He's been with Lord Heavenly Emperor for many years, so he should have met the Qilin clan before. After Hua Lao finished speaking, he asked Duan Lingtian to find a safe place to wait for him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian left the Wanshou Heaven and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. The next day, when Duan Lingtian saw Elder Hua again, he was accompanied by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor, who was extremely muscular and tough. "Senior Meng Luo, I'll have to trouble you this time." Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically. "You're welcome, young master. Your matter is the Heavenly Emperor Palace's matter." Meng Luo grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "I've learned about the matter from Hua Lao. I've met the patriarch of the Qilin clan once, and I know a few elders of the Qilin clan. This time, I will follow you to the Kirin clan, young master," Meng Luo said. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. "Young master, there's one more thing," Meng Luo continued to say. "While you were away, 2 little fellows from the Dragon clan came to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. They called themselves Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai. I ask them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven until you return. Initially, I wanted to call them out, but they seemed to be in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't disturb them, Meng Luo said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, Xiao He and Xiao Bai went to the solitary destructive heaven. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Little Gold had already started laughing. They're my younger siblings. Duan Lingtian cupped his fists at Meng Luo again. Thank you, Senior Meng Luo. You're welcome, young master. Since Meng Luo was here, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. After Little Gold returned to his little world, he, Meng Luo, and Hua Lao made their way to the Qilin clan's estate. Naturally, for the sake of efficiency, they found a transporting formation nearby and teleported to the Qilin clan's estate. Then, they made their way to the Qilin clan's estate. Young master, the Qilin clan's estate is right in front of us. Meng Luo led Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao to a vast and barren mountain range. They could vaguely see some greenery on the mountain range, although this place looked desolate. As soon as Duan Lingtian approached, he could feel a wave of dense heaven and earth spirit energy assaulting his face, causing him to feel as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. There's an Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Qilin clan's estate. I can't believe there's an Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein here, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Is it possible that the heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven is here as well? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Meng Luo. The heavenly palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven isn't here. Meng Luo shook his head and said, however, the Qilin clan is one of the few heaven-grade forces that owns an Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Devata realms. Although the dragons of the 10,000 beasts heaven used to own an Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, it has long been depleted. An Emperor-grade celestial crystal vein was a vein that could produce divine crystals. Naturally, there were very few divine crystals. Even then, the Devata realms had been passed down for a long time. For this reason, the number of divine crystals in the Devata realms had accumulated over time. I'm Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian and his two companions approached the Qilin clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan. Meng Luo quickly introduced himself. So you're Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor. Meng Luo was famous in the Devata realms. Naturally, some of the patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan had heard of him before. For this reason, the patrolling disciples from the Qilin clan were much more respectful when they learned of his identity. Even if Meng Luo was just a human. However, in this world where the strong were respected, the strong had special privileges. Even the celestial beasts of the 10,000 beasts heaven had to respect the strong. End of chapter. Chapter 30, 389. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was one of the few people Meng Luo was familiar with in the Qilin clan. Both of them had fought side by side in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Both of them had saved each other's lives. Meng Luo, you've never taken the initiative to look for me before. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. His build was similar to Meng Luo's. When he saw Meng Luo, he punched Meng Luo's chest and laughed. Why did you come all of a sudden? Di Yunlong asked with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at the two people standing next to Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao from the corner of his eye. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Elder Hua, both of them were unfamiliar to Di Yunlong. What? Am I not welcome here? Meng Luo asked with a smile. Of course, you're welcome here, Di Yunlong replied. He and Meng Luo had gone through thick and thin together. Although they had not seen each other for many years, it did not change their friendship. Previously, When Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura hell, Di Yunlong had looked for Meng Luo and told him that he could come to the Qilin clan if the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a new master. Staying in the Qilin clan was not any worse than staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, with your personality, you wouldn't come looking for me for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? Di Yunlong asked bluntly. I can't hide it from you. Meng Luo shook his head with a smile. Then he introduced Duan Lingtian to Di Yunlong. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Oh, Di Yunlong did not pay much attention to the two people standing next to Meng Luo. However, when he heard Meng Luo's introduction of Duan Lingtian, he was shocked. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is accepting true disciples? How surprising! A hint of admiration could be seen in Di Yunlong's eyes when he mentioned Feng Qingyang. Not only was Feng Qingyang a legend in the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also a legend in the other Devata realms due to his incredible speed and strength. Moreover, the current Feng Qingyang was suspected to have become a god. He had asked Meng Luo about this. Although Meng Luo did not answer him directly, he did not deny it either, which made him even more convinced. If Feng Qingyang were to visit the Qilin clan, not only would the Qilin clan receive him personally, but even the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven would also receive him personally. Even now, there were only a few heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who had become gods. Furthermore, this included those celestial emperors who had hidden their cultivation base to become gods. Among the heavenly emperors, even if they became gods, there were very few who publicized the matter of becoming gods. After all, heavenly emperors who had ascended to godhood were not allowed to continue sitting on the heavenly emperor's seat. This was a rule set by the title temple. Naturally, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms did not interact with the title temple. However, the title temple had a rule to monitor the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. Once a heavenly emperor ascended to godhood, he would have to step down and move to a realm of gods. Naturally, there were still a few heavenly emperors who remained as heavenly emperors even after ascending to godhood. And those heavenly emperors tended to have huge backers behind them. Even the title temple was wary of the powerful backer behind him. Let's take the Qilin clan, for example. Even if the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven in the Qilin clan had ascended to godhood, as long as he did not want to step down, the title temple would turn a blind eye to it. Moreover, the title temple seemed to have the backing of a supreme powerhouse. However, there was no doubt the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse. Young Master is Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realms. Lord Heavenly Emperor values him greatly. After Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell, he even sent someone to look for Young Master. Meng Luo said. Meng Luo's words made it clear that Duan Lingtian was highly regarded by Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, Meng Luo had intentionally revealed this to Di Yunlong, Young Master. When Di Yunlong looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression changed slightly. His tone was much more polite now. I'm Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan. Duan Lingtian greets Senior Di Yunlong. Duan Lingtian did not become arrogant just because Di Yunlong was polite to him. After all, Di Yunlong was only polite because of Feng Qingyang. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had come here because he needed Di Yunlong's help. Young Master, there's no need to stand on ceremony with this fellow, Meng Luo said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Oh, is there a reason you're looking for me, Young Master? A hint of confusion could be seen in Di Yunlong's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Senior, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he told Di Yunlong about the situation his father, Duan Rafeng, was in. I'm here to bring my father back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I wonder if it's convenient for you to help me with this, Senior? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As it turns out, he's your father, young master. Di Yunlong smiled wryly. Young palace master, I know what you're talking about. I also know the person who saved your father and put him under house arrest. Moreover, she's my niece, Di Wenyu. In the Qilin clan, Di Yunlong was Di Wenyu's biggest backer. Di Wenyu's parents had died in an accident a long time ago. Di Yunlong was the one who raised her. He treated her like his own daughter. Senior, she's your niece? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Never had he imagined that things would be so coincidental. It was really like the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Di Yunlong frowned as he said, It's easy to settle this matter, but it's also not easy to settle it. Di Yunlong furrowed his brows and said, In truth, I've already advised her about this matter. A melon picked forcefully isn't sweet. There are countless talented and intelligent men in Wanshou Heaven. Why must she choose a human? I even had the thought of killing that man, but I was stopped by my niece. Di Yunlong said awkwardly, Of course, that's because I didn't know about your relationship with him. If I had known about your relationship with him, I would have sent him to the solitary destructive heaven as soon as he arrived. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian realized the woman from the Qilin clan had saved his father's life twice. Young palace master, you can take your father away, but I hope that your father can do some mental work for my niece and let her understand that it's impossible for them to be together. Di Yunlong said. Di Yunlong wanted his niece to get together with Duan Lingtian's father. That way, his niece would be connected to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian did not like his niece at all, and he had no intention of being with her. Otherwise, why would his niece put him under house arrest? I only hope that we can minimize the harm to that girl, Lin Mingya said. After Di Yunlong finished speaking, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, I'll bring you to him. Meng Luo, wait for me here. I'll come back to catch up with you. After Di Yunlong finished speaking, he left with Duan Lingtian. Hu Lao and Meng Luo stayed behind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian met his father, Duan Rufeng, outside an independent mansion in the Qilin clan's estate. Duan Rufeng was as handsome as jade as before, and his entire body was filled with charm. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he had an even calmer temperament. Tianer. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng's eyes reddened. He hugged Duan Lingtian and remained silent for a long time. Father. Duan Lingtian could feel Duan Rufeng's emotions. How could he not be emotional? He had not seen his father for 300 years. Tian. Is there any news about your mother? Duan Rufeng asked. At this moment, the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Saint Province realm seemed like an ordinary person who missed his wife, Li Ro. Father, apart from Si Ling and Tian Wu, you're the only one I've found. Duan Lingtian sighed. Where's Si Ling? Duan Rufeng asked. She's in my small world. You can see her in there when we leave. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At the same time, Di Yunlong stood near Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng. A young and beautiful woman stood next to him. She had a heroic look on her face. She had a beauty that was both tough and gentle. She was none other than Di Yunlong's niece, Di Wenyu, who was the one who had imprisoned Duan Rufeng. He really has a son? At this moment, Di Wenyu was a bit absent-minded because she had been telling herself that everything this man had told her was a lie. He did not have a wife. He did not have a son. Di Wenyu knew it might be true. However, she loved this man so much that she could only lie to herself. Wenyu, you should let go when it's time to. Di Yunlong sighed. You should talk to him. His son is not simple. He's the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You're a sensible child. As soon as Di Yunlong finished speaking, he left. There was no need for him to say anything else. The true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Di Wenyu's eyes widened when she heard Di Yunlong's words. She did not expect the son of the man she had imprisoned for many years would have such a background. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also told Duan Rufeng about the current situation. Father, you should say goodbye to her. After all, she has saved your life twice. How can I not know this? I've always owed her a favor. Duan Rufeng sighed. However, feelings can't be forced. Father's thoughts are all on your mother. Your mother's whereabouts are unknown. I just want to find her and reunite with her as soon as possible. She hasn't left my side since we reunited. Will she be able to take care of herself if she leaves me? Duan Rufeng's words revealed his concern for Li Ro. Chapter 30, 390. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. Naturally, he was worried about his mother, Li Ro. However, based on the current situation, it was pointless to worry about her safety. He had to find his mother as soon as possible. Father, you should bid farewell to her, Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rufeng. After listening to Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian wanted to search the Devata realms for his mother, Li Ro, his wife, Li Fei, and his son as soon as possible. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Before he left, he glanced at Di Wenyu. In terms of appearance, Di Wenyu was not inferior to his mother. Moreover, in the past, her status was unreachable to his father. Ordinary people would not reject her. Naturally, she might not be interested in ordinary people as well. After that, Duan Lingtian left his father and Di Wenyu alone. However, with Di Yunlong's interference, his current identity, and Meng Luo's presence, even if Di Wenyu was unwilling to let her father go, she had no choice but to do so. Di Yunlong would not allow her to offend the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a human man. After Duan Lingtian left, he returned to Hualao and Meng Luo's side. At this moment, Meng Luo and Di Yunlong were chatting happily about the time they spent together in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Seniors, I heard the Nine Serenities battlefield is similar to the Purgatory battlefield? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Meng Luo and Di Yunlong. It's similar, but it's not that different. Di Yunlong said with a smile, unlike the Purgatory battlefield, there's no such place in the Nine Serenities battlefield. There's no illusory formation in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Duan Lingtian was stunned by Di Yunlong's words. There's no illusory formation? Then how do we enter the secret realm? According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the existence of the secret realms in the Purgatory battlefield were closely related to illusory formations. However, Di Yunlong was telling him that there were no illusory formations in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The secret realms in the Nine Serenities battlefield are all small independent realms. Di Yunlong smiled and said, moreover, they all have the same entrance. Of course, the immortal emperors who are qualified to enter the secret realm will also be guided to the entrance. The similarity between the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield lies in the military merit rankings. Of course, even the military merit rankings are very different. In the Purgatory battlefield, those who are ranked at the top are called commanders. In the Ninth Serenity battlefield, those whose strength can be ranked at the top are called war gods. War god? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. There are many celestial emperors in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, one has to be at least a titled celestial emperor to obtain the title of god of war. As everyone knows, there are differences in strength among titled celestial emperors as well. The weakest titled celestial emperor is only a one-star war god in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The stronger titled celestial emperors can obtain the title of 2-star war god. The stronger titled celestial emperors can obtain the title of 3-star war god, and so on. Di Yunlong continued to explain. In the Devata realms, those who have the strength to become heavenly emperors are at least 7-star war gods. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, Senior, what about you and Senior Meng Luo? I've obtained the title of 6-star war god. With Meng Luo's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain the title of 6-star war god. However, it seems like he hasn't been in the realm battlefield for a long time. Di Yunlong smiled. After talking to Di Yunlong and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian learned that titled celestial emperors were ranked according to their strength in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Moreover, in the Devata realms, titled celestial emperors who were familiar with the strength of a titled celestial emperor would usually mention the strength of a titled celestial emperor. The Qilin clan has 2 7-star war gods and an 8-star war god. An 8-star war god is also the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. As for the 7-star war gods, they are the patriarch and the supreme elder. Di Yunlong said, Your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, was already one of the strongest 7-star war gods before he was trapped in the Azura Hell. After that, he easily killed Qin Xiao Bo, who was also a 7-star war god. Naturally, if he's already a god, the title of God of War would be meaningless to him. After all, even a 9-star war god might not be a match for him if he's already a god. God of War was only a title after all. It did not mean one was a true god. Di Yunlong's words seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. He did not know titled celestial emperors were so important. Hualao, what about you? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Hualao. After all, Elder Hua was much stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Previously, Yu Fengyu had been so frightened by Elder Hua that he did not dare to fight with Elder Hua. I have never been to the 9 Serenities battlefield. Hua Lao shook his head and said, However, in terms of strength, I'm considered one of the strongest 5-star war gods. A 5-star war god. He was stronger than a leader of an ordinary heaven-grade force. At this moment, Meng Luo said, Hualao, you're too humble. At this moment, Meng Luo spoke. With Elder Hua's strength, he can barely be considered a 6-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. After a while, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the power structure of titled celestial emperors. For example, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was an ordinary 5-star war god. On the other hand, the profound heaven celestial emperor and the cold gloom celestial emperor were 4-star war gods. His teacher, Sulang, and Leiying were 3-star war gods. The martial dragon celestial emperor and the cloud platform celestial emperor were 2-star war gods. The smoke wave celestial emperor was a 1-star war god. So that's how it is. Among the 5-star gods of war, Yu Fengyu's strength can only be considered average. Naturally, he can't be compared to Elder Hua, who obtained the 6-star god of war title in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Tianer. At this moment, a voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian saw his father, Duan Rafeng. Di Yunlong's niece, Di Wenyu, had personally brought him over. At this moment, Di Wenyu's complexion was much better than before. What did father say to her? She seems to have changed a lot. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by Di Wenyu's reaction. One had to know that Di Wenyu's expression was not very good before, especially her eyes, which were filled with unwillingness. However, at this moment, her complexion was no longer as bad as before. Father. Duan Lingtian walked up to Duan Rafeng and was about to introduce Meng Luo and Hualao to his father. A sharp sound like a clap of thunder suddenly swept down from the horizon, like a series of thunderclaps, giving people a deafening feeling. "Old man Di Hong, come out and fight me." Duan Ling Tian, who was caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He only felt better after he circulated his celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze when Di Yunlong said with a bitter smile on his face, "That monkey is here again. It seems like he's confident he can defeat the patriarch this time." Di Hong was the current patriarch of the Kirin clan. He was one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Monkey? Based on his voice and tone. Don't tell me he's the heaven's equal celestial emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven? Elder, whose pupils constricted as he asked in shock. "Yes, it's Sun Wukong." Di Yunlong nodded. Then he asked curiously, "Hua Lao, do you know him?" "We can be considered old acquaintances. However, I haven't seen him for many years. I didn't expect him to have grown so strong that he's capable of fighting the patriarch of the Kirin clan," Hua Lao said with a sigh. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, was one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Even Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was no match for Di Hong, let alone Duan Ling Tian. His battle with the patriarch ended in a draw 1,000 years ago. Di Yunlong's eyes glinted as he continued to say, "Now that he's here, it seems like he's confident in himself." Di Yunlong raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. Then he said to Duan Ling Tian and the others, "The patriarch has sent me a voice transmission. He wants me to observe his battle with the heaven's equal celestial emperor. Young master Meng Luo Hua Lao, will all of you come with me to watch? It's rare to see a battle of this level," Di Yunlong said with a smile. As soon as Di Yunlong finished speaking, an old voice rang in the ears of Duan Ling Tian and the others. "Heaven's equal celestial emperor, it seems like your strength has improved again in the past 1,000 years. Old man Di Hong, I, old son, am determined to win this time. After I defeat you, I'll look for Heavenly Emperor Di Huang for a battle." A sharp voice rang in the air. Di Hong and Di Huang's conversation was so loud that it shocked the entire Kirin clan. "Of course, we'll go and watch." Meng Luo's eyes lit up when he heard Di Yunlong's invitation. "It seems like we're in luck. I'm curious to see how much the monkey has grown after all these years." A hint of anticipation could be seen in Hua Lao's eyes as well. Monkey? Heaven's equal celestial emperor? Sun Wukong? Duan Ling Tian was so stunned that he did not even react when Di Yunlong asked him if he wanted to watch the battle. He only regained his senses when Hua Lao and Duan Rafeng called out to him. "I'll go. I have to go," Duan Ling Tian said instinctively. What a joke! That was Sun Wukong. He was a legendary figure in the ancient myths and legends that he had heard about in his previous life. Moreover, he was the most popular figure in Hua. Di Hong, the leader of the Kirin clan, is one of the best among the 7-star gods of war. 1,000 years ago, he was able to fight Di Hong to a draw. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. If the monkey could really defeat Di Hong this time, it would mean that his strength was close to that of an 8-star war god, even if he had not reached that level yet. End of chapter. Chapter 30, 391. Although Duan Ling Tian had many people by his side, he still had Feng Tianwu, Duan Xiling, and Little Gold in his little world. However, at this moment, no one could understand how he felt. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Was he going to meet Sun Wukong soon? In his past life, Sun Wukong was a legendary figure to him. He did not even think Sun Wukong existed. It was not until he met Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, that he learned the truth. As it turned out, not all of the ancient legends in his past life were fake. Most of them were true, especially those legendary figures who had existed on Earth for a long time. Of course, at that time, Earth was not called Earth, but planet Yanhuang. Second elder, if the patriarch of your clan and Sun Wukong are going to fight, they'll fight in the Qilin realm, right? Hua Lao asked curiously. He was standing behind Di Yunlong with Duan Lingtian and Meng Luo. Of course. Di Yunlong nodded. If they fight near the Qilin clan's estate, won't they destroy the Qilin clan's estate? Most titled celestial emperors would stop when they fought. Even if they did not go all out, they could tell whether they were a match for their opponent. However, in the battle between Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, and Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, they would not hold back at all. Under such circumstances, the battle between the two was bound to be earth-shattering. Even the surrounding environment would be greatly affected. The Qilin realm? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. The Qilin realm is an independent realm that belongs to the Qilin clan. It said that it was created by the supreme powerhouse of the Qilin clan. Hua Lao whispered to Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Qilin clan. Di Yunlong smiled. Clearly, Hua Lao was telling the truth. Since we're both celestial beasts, I've paid attention to them in the past. When Hua Lao spoke again, there was a hint of anticipation and yearning in his eyes. Now, apart from him, Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and his father Duan Rufeng, Duan Lingtian's group included Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu. Di Wenyu's mood was much better now. Father, how did you solve it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Duan Rufeng. He was very curious about what his father had done to make Di Wenyu seem like a completely different person. Solve what? Duan Rufeng did not react in time. Di Wenyu, Duan Lingtian reminded. You mean her? Duan Rufeng said as realization dawned on him. I told her I wanted to go with you to look for your mother. Then she understood. That's simple. Although Duan Rufeng's words sounded simple, Duan Lingtian did not believe them. He felt things were not as simple as they seemed. It was not difficult for him to see Di Wenyu's fondness for his father. It was impossible for him to brush her off so easily. However, Duan Lingtian could tell his father had no intention of telling him anything. Therefore, he did not press the matter. Father, you're celestial lord now. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to his father before this. However, when he noticed his father was now a celestial lord, he discovered his father was now a celestial lord. Moreover, he was not a one basic celestial lord, but a 3 talents celestial lord. The cultivation environment in the Qilin clan is not bad, Duan Rufeng said. Moreover, she took care of me. I didn't want her to take care of me, but she acted as though she would destroy those things if I didn't accept them. Duan Rufeng sighed when he finished speaking. His voice was filled with guilt. It seems like Auntie when you treats my father well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew what Di Wenyu had given Duan Rufeng. She must have given him some celestial pills and spirit fruits that were beneficial to his father's cultivation. Based on this, he knew Di Wenyu must have given him something good. Duan Lingtian did not expect his father would not suffer in the Qilin clan. Instead, his father would benefit greatly from the Qilin clan. It was no wonder his father was now a 3 talents celestial lord. When Duan Lingtian reunited with Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling, he learned that his family and friends had benefited from the calamity in the divine offering land. After being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their innate talents had undergone a complete transformation. When he met Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling again, both of them were celestial kings. If Duan Rufeng was a celestial king, Duan Lingtian would not be surprised. However, now that Duan Rufeng was a celestial lord, he could not help but pay more attention to this matter. Second elder. When Di Yunlong brought Duan Lingtian and the others to a stone forest in the Qilin clan's estate, many people had already arrived. At the same time, many people were still making their way over. Anyone who saw Di Yunlong would take the initiative to greet him. Meng Luo. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor? At the same time, a few people recognized Meng Luo and took the initiative to greet him. Meng Luo responded to them with a smile. These people were Meng Luo's old acquaintances from the Qilin clan. Whether it was those who had arrived in the stone forest or those who were gathering from all directions, they were all members of the Qilin clan. Naturally, there were also some who did not have the bloodline of the Qilin clan. However, these people were the family members and friends of the Qilin clan. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, fought the patriarch 1,000 years ago. Both of them were evenly matched. I'm sure he's confident in his strength, now that he's making a comeback. The voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It belonged to a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. When he passed by Duan Lingtian and the others, he greeted Di Yunlong with a smile. Second elder, you're here as well? Fourth elder. Di Yunlong replied with a smile. I've just arrived. Who are these people? The middle-aged man, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan, looked at Duan Lingtian and the others curiously. He only knew Di Wenyu among the people around Di Yunlong. As for Duan Rafeng, he had only heard of him but had never seen him in person. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Di Yunlong introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian before he said to Duan Lingtian, Young master, this is Di Jia, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan. Elder Di Jia. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Jia and greeted him with a smile. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Di Jia's eyes widened in shock. Although he found it hard to believe, he knew the second elder would not lie to him. He quickly bowed and said, Young master. I'm so ignorant. I didn't know you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of confusion could be heard in Di Jia's voice. This is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor, a good friend of mine. Di Yunlong continued to introduce Meng Luo to Di Jia. Although Di Jia did not know Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was familiar with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor. You're the heavenly savage, celestial emperor? Di Jia's eyes lit up as he looked at Meng Luo. I've heard about you from the second elder many times. Why don't we have a spar after the battle between our sect leader and the heaven's equal celestial emperor? It was obvious Di Jia was a fighter as well. Sure, Meng Luo nodded. As the heavenly savage, celestial emperor, he was not afraid of battles. In fact, before he joined Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was famous for being undefeated in 100 battles in the solitary destructive heaven. He had challenged more than 100 titled celestial emperors in a row and either defeated them or came to a draw with them. After that, Meng Luo became famous in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, he had challenged almost every corner of the solitary destructive heaven. Let's go in first. The sect leader can wait for us, but the heaven's equal celestial emperor isn't a patient person. Di Yunlong said, 1,000 years ago, Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, had come to the Qilin clan to challenge Dihong. After that, Dihong had summoned the celestial emperors from the Qilin clan to watch the battle. Many celestial emperors had gained enlightenment after the battle. Some of them had even obtained titles from the title temple and became titled celestial emperors. That's the transportation formation that leads to the Qilin realm. The Qilin realm was an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Although it was not as strong as a realm of gods, it was not inferior to a Devata realm. Naturally, compared to a Devata realm, the Qilin realm's biggest advantage was that it was not as big as a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian and the others followed Di Yunlong and Di Jia to the transportation formation and left the Qilin clan's estate. In fact, they had left the 10,000 beasts heaven. When the light shone in front of them, Duan Lingtian discovered he was in a vast starry sky. He could see stars everywhere. Are those stars that look like the sun? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a particularly bright star. It's a mundane realm like the Yanhuang realm. However, the Yanhuang realm's sturdiness is far inferior to this realm. Although Duan Lingtian did not accumulate his energy in this realm, he could still feel the sturdiness of the ground. Let's go over there. Under Di Yunlong and Di Jie's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others quickly met up with the members of the Qilin clan. At this very moment, the members of the Qilin clan were standing in the distance, gazing at the two figures standing in front of them from afar. One of them was a tall and sturdy old man with white hair and eyebrows who was dressed in a dark, golden robe. Standing opposite the old man was a slim and handsome man with a pair of long legs who was dressed in a t-shirt and beach shorts. The handsome man had a buzz cut and wore a pair of oversized sunglasses. Smack! The handsome man raised his hand, and a streak of light shot into his mouth before he began to chew. Duan Lingtian was confused when he saw the box of green arrow gum in the handsome man's hand. Was this Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor? Wasn't Sun Wukong supposed to be a monkey? Why was he dressed like a young man from Earth? Was Sun Wukong so fashionable? Chapter 30, 392. Old Man Di Hong, can we begin? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a handsome man dressed like a young man from Earth asked impatiently as he reached out to take off his sunglasses. It's about time. After confirming that most of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were present, he nodded at the handsome young man and said, "Heaven's equal celestial emperor, please." Almost as soon as Di Hong finished speaking, the handsome man raised his hand, and a black iron rod with a golden hoop on each end appeared in his hand. This is the Rui Jingu Bang. When Duan Lingtian saw the Jingu Bang in the handsome man's hand, he confirmed his identity. He was the heaven's equal immortal emperor, Sun Wukong. Just now, although he guessed that the other party was Sun Wukong, he didn't dare to be completely sure. The main reason was that the other party's attire was too different from the image of Sun Wukong in the ancient myths and legends in his memory. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that Sun Wukong usually transformed into his human form, so whatever he wore was normal. This outfit was the outfit of a modern youth on Earth. It was obvious that Sun Wukong had been to Earth recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to wear such an outfit. Moreover, he was certain that Sun Wukong should have gone to Earth in the last few hundred years, because this outfit had become popular during the era of his previous life. To this day, it might still be popular, or it might have been replaced by other costumes. Meng Luo, this should be your first time meeting the heaven's equal immortal emperor, right? Di Yunlong smiled and asked Meng Luo. Yes. Meng Luo nodded as he looked at the handsome man with the buzz cut who was holding the Rui Jingu Bang. I've heard of the heaven's equal celestial emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven, but I've never had the chance to meet him. He is my target, Meng Luo said. Ha! This heaven's equal celestial emperor is a combative person. This is exactly the same as you. Di Yunlong shook his head and smiled. It's a pity that your current strength is much weaker than his. Otherwise, your battle will definitely be very exciting. He had heard about how Meng Luo had challenged titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven and made a name for himself. That day will come, Meng Luo said with a firm and confident gaze. Hualao, do you think Senior Meng Luo has a chance of catching up to Sun Wukong? Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and asked curiously. He was also paying close attention to the conversation between Meng Luo and Di Yunlong. Difficult. Hualao shook his head and replied via voice transmission. That Sun Wukong won't be as old as Meng Luo. Meng Luo's talent is inferior to his. In addition, this monkey is also someone who had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. According to rumors, there might be a god behind him. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary god. Hualao said, Gods? Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the gods mentioned by Hualao were existences above the 10 directions, celestial emperors. Moreover, the strength of the gods was also divided into different grades. Those who had just become gods were the weakest gods. Naturally, even the weakest gods were not existences that celestial emperors could contend with. Even a god who had not comprehended the fused profundities could easily kill a 10 directions celestial emperor who had comprehended multiple fused profundities. The difference between the strength of a god and a celestial was like the difference between heaven and earth. The heavens equal celestial emperor has come with ill intentions. I wonder if the patriarch is a match for him. We have to have faith in the patriarch. Although we have faith in the patriarch, the heavens equal celestial emperor's growth is too fast. In fact, it's said that he's only a fraction of the patriarch's age. Many titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan spoke to Duan Lingtian. Most of them had high hopes for Sun Wukong. However, none of them dared to say that they thought the patriarch would lose. After all, Sun Wukong was the leader of the Qilin clan. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, is one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Hong, who was standing opposite Sun Wukong. He could not help but ask Di Yunlong. Senior Di Yunlong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, is one of the strongest 7-star gods of war. He should be stronger than some of the weaker heavenly emperors, right? Although Duan Lingtian's question came as a surprise, Di Yunlong quickly replied, No matter how weak a heavenly emperor is, he's not an ordinary person. Since he's able to become a heavenly emperor, he has to be capable and capable. Indeed, the patriarch is slightly stronger than some of the heavenly emperors, but not by much. However, he might not be able to snatch the position of heavenly emperor from those heavenly emperors unless he has the help of the Qilin clan. However, the title temple won't allow the Qilin clan to have 2 heavenly emperors. Di Yunlong said, The title temple again? Duan Lingtian frowned. Previously, he had heard that the title temple would not allow heavenly emperors to continue to occupy the position of heavenly emperor after they had become gods. However, the title temple would not allow the Qilin clan to have 2 heavenly emperors? Is the Qilin clan afraid of the title temple? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the Qilin clan isn't afraid of the title temple. However, there are some rules that the title temple has to abide by. I wonder if you've heard of any supreme powerhouses, young master? Di Yunlong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's said that there's a supreme powerhouse in the Qilin clan. That's right. Di Yunlong nodded. Our Qilin clan has a supreme powerhouse, and there's also a supreme powerhouse behind the title temple. However, the title temple has to abide by some rules. For example, the Celestial Beast clan can't have 2 heavenly emperors. This is a rule set by many supreme powerhouses. Even the supreme powerhouses in our Qilin clan have to abide by this rule. This rule is different from the title temple's rule of not allowing heavenly emperors who have become gods to stay in the Devata realms. It's a rule set by the title temple so that all the gods in the Devata realms can head to the realms of gods instead of staying in the Devata realms. Di Yunlong's words cleared Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the Devata realms, there's only one clan that's not restricted by the number of heavenly emperors. The human clan's potential is the most mediocre among all the clans. However, it's precisely because of this mediocre clan that there are many extraordinary people. Among the many utmost powerful beings, half of them are humans. Perhaps this is why the number of heavenly emperors in the human clan isn't restricted. Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Di Yunlong's words. The patriarch is about to make a move. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Di Yunlong's ears, causing them to snap back to their senses. They stopped talking and focused on the starry sky in the distance. In the distant starry sky, Dihong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, was holding a fiery red, exquisite hill in his hand. Flames burned brightly on the exquisite hill as though they would never be extinguished. Is that a Devata artifact? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he instinctively asked Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices, exquisite sword. Master, it's a primitive Devata artifact with a soul, Huang replied. Master. Upon hearing Huang, words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he instinctively looked at the Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hand. If he was not mistaken, the Rui Jingu Bang was the Rui Jingu Bang. The Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hand was a top emperor grade celestial weapon on par with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Heaven's equal celestial emperor. At this moment, Dihong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, said, Back then, when we fought, I used a celestial artifact similar to the one in your hand. At that time, I didn't want to take advantage of you. Now that you've challenged me again after 1,000 years, I'm sure you came prepared. I'm certain I won't be a match for you if I use my celestial artifact. For this reason, I plan to use the Qilin clan's Devata artifact, the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Naturally, if you think I'm taking advantage of you, I won't use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Duan Lingtian could not help but nod inwardly when he heard Dihong's words. The patriarch of the Qilin clan was a true gentleman. On the other hand, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were not surprised by Dihong's words at all. I hope the heaven's equal celestial emperor agrees to let the patriarch use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, I'm afraid the outcome will be bleak. The patriarch can unleash the full power of the Flaming Spirit Mountain. The heaven's equal celestial emperor won't be able to defeat the Flaming Spirit Mountain without a Devata artifact. I wonder if the heaven's equal celestial emperor will agree to it. The titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan instinctively looked at Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong could not help but laugh loudly. Ha! Old man Dihong, back then, I, old Sun, asked you to use your Qilin clan's divine artifact to fight me, but you said you were unwilling to take advantage of me. Actually, if you had defeated me with a divine artifact back then, I would have been happier than if it had ended in a draw. To me, losing is a good thing. It allows me to know where I'm lacking and gives me the motivation to move forward. Go ahead and use the Flaming Spirit Mountain. I'd like to see how much strength you've held back in the past. Sun Wukong's character was just like what Duan Lingtian remembered from the legends. He was not afraid of heaven or earth. You want to use your Devata artifact? Sure, let's fight. In that case, you'd better be careful. Heaven's equal celestial emperor. Dihong nodded. Flames surged out of his body like a prairie fire. In just a blink of an eye, the flames spread in the starry sky and incinerated a few nearby planets. In just a blink of an eye, the planets that were still floating in the starry sky were reduced to ashes. Swoosh! Swoosh! Flames surged out of Dihong's body in the starry sky, forming flaming passageways. At the same time, Dihong's figure disappeared into thin air. The gorgeous and magnificent scene before his eyes constantly assaulted Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was like a visual feast. Chapter 30, 393. They had not even exchanged blows. The power of Dihong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, had already incinerated several small planets in this astral plane into ashes. Looking at how terrifying his power was, even if those planets were slightly larger, they would not be spared. What a powerful law of fire! Duan Lingtian was shocked by Dihong's strength. This was the strongest law of fire he had ever seen. The combination of 3 profundities made Dihong much stronger than the 10 directions celestial emperors who only knew how to fuse 3 profundities. Dihong was indeed one of the best among the 7-star gods of war. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Hua Lao and Meng Luo's eyes were also filled with excitement. This was especially true for Elder Hua, who had comprehended the law of fire. When Di Hong had made his move, his attention had been completely focused on Di Hong. He could feel how rare Di Hong's means were for someone who had comprehended the law of fire. Good timing! It was Sun Wukong, who shouted excitedly after Di Hong made his move. Boom! Rumble! The paths of flames that blossomed in the starry sky seemed to illuminate the entire starry sky. From afar, they looked like fiery red ribbons that were flying towards Sun Wukong from all directions and angles. It was as though countless fiery red pythons were flying towards Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong calmly gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly. He lifted his hand, and the Rui Jingu Bang jerked violently before he threw it out. Who? When the Rui Jingu Bang was thrown out, it was covered in a dark, gray, destructive energy. However, it did not seem conspicuous in the starry sky. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it clearly. It was a great contrast to the fiery red energy. However, when the Rui Jingu Bang collided with the fiery energy that was flying towards Sun Wukong, Duan Lingtian and the others realized that the destructive energy was not to be underestimated. Bang! Sun Wukong and Di Hong's battle was about to begin. The Rui Jingu Bang smashed into one of the fiery attacks, shattering it. That's right, they were crushed. The power that was full of destructive aura instantly shattered the entire flame attack, causing the flames to blossom in the starry sky like countless dazzling fireworks. Bang! 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 Duan Lingtian and the others felt their eardrums vibrate when they saw Sun Wukong standing motionlessly on the spot. With just a swing of his staff, he destroyed Di Hong's first attack. The loud sound waves came from afar, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. Most of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene were titled celestial emperors. Their cultivation bases were much higher than Duan Lingtian's, so they were not affected as much as Duan Lingtian. Old man Di Hong, use your Qilin clan's divine artifact. When the Rui Jingu Bang returned to Sun Wukong's hands, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up and turned into 2 golden flames, following which 2 rays of light shot out from the golden flames and into the distant starry sky. A rapidly moving figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. This is the fiery eyes of gold. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He didn't expect the ancient legends on Earth to be true. Sun Wukong really did have fiery golden eyes. Moreover, he could see that Sun Wukong's fiery eyes of gold and fire did not contain the profound meaning of laws. Judging from his attack just now, he had comprehended the law of destruction. The moment he attacked, his momentum was so great that it seemed like all living things would be destroyed by his attack. Di Hong's voice rang in the air. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you're much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. It seems like I won't be able to defeat you even if I use my divine weapon. Di Hong's tone was solemn, but more than that, he was lamenting. The eyes of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan widened when they heard Di Hong's words. Based on my understanding of the patriarch, I'm sure he's right. Di Yunlong smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, the other titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan were discussing among themselves as well. Many of them had similar thoughts as Di Yunlong boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the distant starry sky. A gigantic flaming mountain appeared above Sun Wukong's head. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Sun Wukong. Wherever it passed, the airflow in the starry sky trembled and was pushed back. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The streams of air that shot out landed on the planets in the distance, piercing through them in the blink of an eye. The planets that were intact a moment ago were riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble! Duan Lingtian and the others watched as the flaming mountain fell from the sky. A figure stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked carefree, but a hint of solemnity could be seen on his face. It was none other than Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan. The mountain beneath his feet was the flaming spirit mountain. Haha, good, good. Today, let my Rui Jingubang have a taste of the Qilin clan's divine weapon. Sun Wukong laughed. Then, the Rui Jingubang in his hand began to grow larger and larger. The scenes that Duan Lingtian had only seen in TV shows, movies, and cartoons appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian's eyes and heart were filled with shock. The Rui Jingubang continued to grow in size and length. In the end, it seemed to be staring at the other side of the starry sky. The other end of the Rui Jingubang smashed towards the giant mountain that was descending from the sky. However, the Rui Jingubang did not collide with the gigantic mountain. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, Sun Wukong's body also swelled up. In the blink of an eye, his attire of a modern youth from Earth no longer existed. Instead, he had turned into a muscular monkey. His mane flickered with a brilliant golden color under the contrast of the flames. Sun Wukong finally revealed his true form. His true form was clad in golden red armor with 2 long whiskers on top of his head. He looked exactly like the great sage Heaven's equal. The clothes he was wearing were either not ordinary, or they were illusions that could grow as his body grew. Old second brother Di Hong, take this! At the same time, Sun Wukong's entire body transformed into a titan giant ape. His hand shook violently, and the Rui Jingubang, which had become like a pillar that supported the heavens, reversed in the starry sky. He lifted it up violently and smashed it towards the flaming spirit mountain that was descending from the sky. Boom! Rumble! The Rui Jingubang that looked like a pillar that could hold up the sky was extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, all the planets that came into contact with it, no matter how big or small they were smashed into pieces. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything. The scene before him made Duan Lingtian's blood boil. Sun Wukong was indeed his idol when he was on Earth in his previous life. That unruly look in his eyes, that invincible figure, that Rui Jingubang that could penetrate the heavens and the earth, and those scenes that only existed in myths and legends, were all displayed before his eyes. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Rui Jingubang smashed heavily on the flaming spirit mountain, causing the flames on the mountain to burst into beautiful sparks. As the sparks roared, countless sparks of fire scattered across the starry sky like specks of red dust. In the next moment, the flaming spirit mountain tilted to one side as if Mount Bujo had collapsed. Roar! Just as Di Hong was at a disadvantage with the help of his divine weapon, an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the starry sky. Then a gigantic fire Qilin appeared and hovered in the starry sky, blocking the crumbling, flaming spirit mountain. The fire Qilin was so huge that it was terrifying. Its eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you're much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. It seems like you've had some fortuitous encounters in the past 1,000 years. The fire Qilin opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Old man Di Hong, if I wasn't confident, why would I look for you? Come, let's continue. Sun Wukong said with a smile, sometimes I really envy you. You're free and can do whatever you want. Moreover, you'll have a higher chance of encountering fortuitous encounters when you're out in the world. The fire Qilin sighed. Its voice was filled with envy. However, the flames on its body surged again. It opened its mouth and sucked the shrunken flaming spirit mountain into its stomach. When it spat it out again, the flaming spirit mountain seemed to have turned into a fiery red meteor from outer space as it flew toward Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hand again, and the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand reverted to its original size. Then he hit the flaming spirit mountain as though he was hitting a baseball. However, at the same time, his body was also struck by an extremely frightening power. He was sent flying far away, and as he was sent flying, he smashed through several planets, causing those planets to shatter. Not a single complete piece could be found. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw this. If they fight near Yanhuang realm, I'm afraid Earth will be destroyed as well. They're too powerful. Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he was strong with the 5 divine elements, he was still lacking compared to Sun Wukong and Dihong. If he fought with either of them, he would not be a match for them even if he did not hold back. Moreover, he could not use his trump cards as he wished. If he exposed them, he would become a target for everyone. Haha, awesome, awesome. Just when Duan Lingtian thought Sun Wukong was severely injured, Sun Wukong's voice rang in the air again. At the same time, a golden figure appeared. Chapter 30, 394. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian, Duan Rafeng, Meng Luo, and Huolao, as well as the people from the Kirin clan, the battle between the gigantic fire Qilin and the gigantic golden ape became more and more intense. In the end, they were no longer constrained by the current battlefield and went further and further away from the battlefield. Wherever they passed, planets would shatter one after another. It was a feast for the eyes, as if they would never stop. Bang! Soon after, the battle between Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, and Dihong, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, ended. Dihong's true form faded away, revealing his human form. Sun Wukong's gigantic body reverted to his normal size, but he remained in his ape form. Usually, he maintained his ape form and dressed like a human or a dog. Occasionally, he would transform into his human form when he felt like it. I've lost. Dihong sighed. I didn't expect Heaven's equal celestial emperor's strength to improve so much in just 1,000 years. In the end, Dihong was at a disadvantage. If the battle had continued, there was no doubt he would have died. Even if he died, he could still injure Heaven's equal celestial emperor before he died. Old man Dihong, I've underestimated you. Sun Wukong glared at Dihong and said in a deep voice, I thought I'd be able to defeat you easily even if you used your divine artifact. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just 1,000 years. Sun Wukong said. Both Dihong and Sun Wukong were surprised by the outcome of the battle. My improvement is nothing compared to your improvement, Heaven's equal celestial emperor. Dihong sighed. I really hope that one day I'll be able to step down from my position as the patriarch of the Kirin clan and live a carefree life like you. A hint of envy could be heard in Dihong's voice. You are envious of me being free and unfettered. Although I am not envious of you being the clan leader of the Qilin clan, you are the envy of countless people. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, Let's not talk about anything else. If you wanted to kill me, you could have asked the titled celestial emperors of the Kirin clan to join forces with you. At that time, I would have died. Old man Dihong, how are you compared to the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven? Sun Wukong's expression turned solemn. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's question, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was curious about the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven from the Kirin clan. After all, Dihong's heavenly emperor was the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. I won't be able to last 3 rounds against him. Dihong's gaze as he spoke. Heavenly emperors, heavens, celestial emperors, he said, Duan heavenly celestial heavenly heavens was, as he heavenly dragon, heavenly heavens, celestial, heavenly emperor, heavenly heaven. 3 rounds you? Sun Wukong's eyes widened when he heard Di Hong's words. He muttered to himself, "Is an 8-star god of war so powerful?" Although Sun Wukong was muttering to himself, Di Hong clearly heard his words. Of course, ordinary 8-star gods of war aren't that powerful. However, that clan brother of mine is no ordinary 8-star god of war. Based on the strength you've displayed earlier, I'm afraid no one below the 8-star god of war would be able to defeat you in the Devata realms. I'm afraid only a handful of people would be able to tie with you. Di Hong had a high opinion of Sun Wukong. It seems like I'll have to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield to obtain the strength of an 8-star god of war as soon as possible. Sun Wukong's eyes glowed brightly when he heard Di Hong's words. His battle intent surged as well. Old man Di Hong, this battle ends here. I saw an acquaintance, so I'll leave after I greeted him. The next time I come to the Qilin clan, I'll challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he flew toward Duan Ling Tian under Duan Ling Tian's gaze. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew Sun Wukong was not here for him. "Three-legged golden crow, it's really you." Sun Wukong looked at Huo Lao and smiled faintly. "I thought I mistook you for someone else. Great sage, is there a second three-legged golden crow in this world?" Huo Lao smiled dryly. "Both of us are from Yan Huang planet in the Yan Huang realm. It's difficult for others to sense our auras, but we can sense each other's auras. When the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda disappeared, I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't expect you to appear before me and leave the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda." Sun Wukong said, "I didn't leave the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda." Huo Lao shook his head. "Now, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor, I've taken the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda as my own. That's your good fortune." Sun Wukong nodded. "Who's the Heavenly Emperor you're talking about?" As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, his eyes blazed with battle intent. "The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang." Huo Lao replied. "Feng Qingyang?" Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his composure when he heard Huo Lao's words. His eyes widened slightly as he said, "It's him. I heard he has ascended to godhood?" Huo Lao only smiled faintly and did not answer Sun Wukong's question. "It seems like you've profited from your misfortune." Sun Wukong smiled. "I'll visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the future. However, I'll challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Great saint." Huo Lao sighed. "Lord Heavenly Emperor is different from the other heavenly emperors. Not only is he the youngest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms, but his cultivation time is also the shortest. In terms of cultivation time, his cultivation time is even shorter than yours." Huo Lao said. Duan Ling Tian did not think much of Huo Lao's words. After all, when he was still in the Saint Province realm, he had heard from Huo Lao that Sun Wukong's era in Journey to the West was set in the Tang dynasty. However, it was only a fictional era. Sun Wukong's era could be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. In the past, tens of thousands of years was nothing to the Celestials in the Devata realms. Are you saying I won't be able to catch up to him in my lifetime? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, and his fighting spirit soared. "To me, the more you act like this, the more challenging it is. Retreating without a fight is not my style. In that case, I'll wait and see." Huo Lao nodded with a smile on his face. When Sun Wukong was about to leave, Huo Lao introduced Meng Luo and Duan Ling Tian to him. "Great saint, this is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor. He's the strongest titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." "The heavenly savage, celestial emperor?" Sun Wukong looked at Meng Luo with a faint smile on his face. I've heard of you. You're famous for your battles. You're just like me. I hope we'll have a chance to spar in the future. Sun Wukong said. We will. Meng Luo's eyes were filled with determination. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He's from the same hometown as us. Hua Lao continued to introduce Duan Lingtian to Sun Wukong. You're from the same hometown as us? Sun Wukong looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're from Yan Huang realm as well? I'm from Yan Huang realm. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I left Yan Huang realm about 300 years ago. 300 years ago? Sun Wukong smiled. What a coincidence. I went back 300 years ago. You're from that era? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Most people from your era have given up on cultivation. I didn't see many people who had a foundation in cultivation. Even those who had a foundation in cultivation were weak. It seems like you left Yan Huang realm before I arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed you. Sun Wukong said. In Sun Wukong's opinion, Duan Lingtian must have cultivated to a certain extent when he was on Yan Huang realm 300 years ago. Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew Sun Wukong would not have noticed him even if he was on Earth when Sun Wukong went to Yan Huang realm. After all, he was just an ordinary person in Sun Wukong's eyes at that time. How old are you now? What's your cultivation base? Sun Wukong asked again. I'm about 300 years old. I've just become a one basic celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian's words made Sun Wukong's expression freeze. Hua Lao, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face because he already knew this. A one basic celestial emperor at the age of 300? At this moment, even Di Yunlong and Di Wenyu could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so young. After a moment, Sun Wukong looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Then, without any warning, a powerful oppressive force stretched out from his body and fell on Duan Lingtian. Young master, be careful. Meng Luo's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late to help. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes slightly, but he calmed down in just a blink of an eye. He knew Sun Wukong was just testing Duan Lingtian. At the same time, spatial energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. Apart from the space elemental profundity and the fundamental profundity of the law of space, 8 other profundities at the mastery stage, including the fusion profundity of the law of space. Although it was only the fusion of 2 profundities, there were several combinations. A one basic celestial emperor at the age of 300 who has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. 2 profundities have fused together, and he has mastered 4 combinations. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Are you interested in following me to cultivate? Sun Wukong asked. Without a doubt, he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.